Hello, good evening, and good day, everyone, and welcome to the Ask Abhijit show. I hope you're all doing fantastic. You're all doing great. This is episode 360. We've come full circle, or maybe we're just going forward. So we will discuss today anything that you want. There's a lot to discuss, I'm sure. But before we get into any questions, let me see who all is there on our live stream tonight. I can see Sneh Ansug, Sneha Ansug, Sabarish Nair, Darshan Patel, Gajapati Dev, good evening. Rohan Bedi, happy Sunday, sir. Ashwini Sharma, Shubha Sandhya from Bihar. Good to see you, sir. Geopolitical Dubey is here from Indore. Good evening, Geopolitical Dubey ji. The Eternal Witness, Har Har Mahadev. Rohit Chaturvedi. Harshay, hail to Peshwas. Rekha Humble, Jai Shri Ram, ma'am. Harshay once again. Sugant BVKS, Ram Ram, sir. Yes, indeed. E.R. Drubsha, namaste from the land of Pashupatinath. Namaste ji, namaste indeed. GREG3LD is here from Maine, USA. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, and nice to have you, sir. Kahan is here from Saket, New Delhi. Ayush Singh, Pranam Sarji. Kahan once again. Somi is here from Jaipur. Nirvana Shanks is here. Tanmay Deshpande. Nabadita Das. How do you say this? I don't know how to read this, but our friend here is from Assam. Good to have you from Assam. Ankit is here. Somi is here from Jaipur. Nirvana Shanks once again. Siddhartha Mishra, VSVS, Namaste Sir, Namaste indeed. Good to have you, Namaste. Alvin Rodriguez, Scientist Factory. Hello, good to have you, sir. Shreyas Mitra is here from Moscow. Good afternoon or evening, I suppose. Good afternoon. Abhirup Sarkar, good evening. Planet Shankar, welcome. Thank you. Animals for Laugh is here from Mumbai. Nirvana Shanks, can you recommend some good books in America during the Revolutionary War and early Republic period? I'll have to look into it. I don't remember off the top of my head. Manisha Cardoso, namaste, ma'am. IMG Patil, hello. Soria 101. Saw me here. Ella Fitzgerald. Is that a singer? Who's Ella Fitzgerald? I may have. The name seems familiar. Yes. Who else? Anuradha Kumari. Hello. Anuradha Kumari 3606. Hello. Dank Sink. Dank Sink is here. Purvita. Namaste. Namaskar, ma'am. Swapnil Saxena is here from Chennai. Soraya 101 is here as well. Manoj Gupta is here from Pune. And so many other people. Thank you so much, all of us. Hensi Penguin is here. Good to see you. Sergeant Skylon. Monu Meena Koder. Arthur Dane. Siddharth Mishra, jazz singer. Okay. Unapologetic Sanatini. Real Vladimir Putin. Ram Ram Sarji. Ram Ram Sir. Safed Booth. Hey. Safed Booth. Hey. Really now Bis Patel. Hello. Priyanshi Sood. Hello. Om. VSVS. Once again. Nishant Tiwari is here from Schwarzwald, Germany. Good to have you. Galab is here from Assam. Yes, indeed. Thank you for letting me know what the name, how to say that. Yes. Pratik Vora. And everybody else. RGS Nepal is here from Nepal. Good to have you. Manoj Gupta is here from Pune, and so many other people. Okay, so let's take some questions. I won't be able to greet you all individually. Let's see, what questions do we have? Okay, Snehan Sug says, you talked about the education system of India. It needs reform from colonial memorizing to skill-based learning. I fully agree with you, but I don't agree about fully shifting away from English medium. Well, that is the unfortunate problem in India, that we are mentally colonized. We think that English is a superior language, and without English, we can't connect with the world. That's what we believe. That's what we imagine. That's what we are conditioned into believing, that English is vital for India. Yeah. Have you seen African TV channels where they try to speak in French? How does it look? Why is it like that? Why do they try and speak in French? Because they are mentally colonized. Because they see themselves as inferior. Why doesn't China teach its students English? Why doesn't Japan teach its students English? Why does Germany not teach anyone English? Why does Italy not teach anyone English? Why does France not teach its students how to speak English? Isn't English an advantageous language? English advantage? Why does nobody look at the top 10 economies that are not English speaking? None of them teaches English. But we idiotic Indians, we imagine that English gives us some advantage. It mentally colonizes us. Okay, we have to recognize this. And I know it hurts your brain to hear something different from someone like me, because everybody tells you English is better. So you have obviously imagined that it is correct. Everybody, all these great people who say English is we have an English advantage, they must be right. Who is this Abhijit Chawda fellow saying all these things? That's what you will think, because you don't think. Because you don't think. Critical thinking is lacking in all of us, right? English enslaves us. We are mentally colonized. I'm speaking in English. I am more comfortable in English than in most Indian languages. That is mental colonization. At least I recognize it. You all don't. That's the problem. Let's take some other non-super chat questions to begin with, and then we shall take the super chat questions. Rohit Chaturvedi says, be honest. Be honest. Is Japan a sovereign nation? If yes, why would they loan their country's growth potential for a meager 1% interest rate? In fact, historically, it has been 0.1 for 2 decades. So, Rohit, are you saying that I claim that Japan is a sovereign nation? Is that what you are imagining, that I claim that Japan is a sovereign nation? This is episode 360. Watch the previous episodes. Where do I say that Japan is a sovereign nation? You're asking me for honesty here, right? Be honest. Where have I claimed that Japan is a sovereign nation? I am the person who has woken the Indians in the world up to the fact that Japan is not sovereign. Your teachers, your professors, your textbooks, your media personnel, everybody has been telling you that all nations are sovereign. Japan is sovereign. Germany is sovereign. Italy is sovereign. I am the one who's been painstakingly pointing out for several years that Japan is actually 0% sovereign. Right? Okay. What else do we have? Harsha is here from Rajkot, the gangster city of Gujarat. Good God. Gangster city. Wow. Okay. What other questions do we have? Let's see. Before I get into the super chats, Kahan says, during the height of the Cold War, the US and the Soviet Union secretly shared permissive action link technologies mechanisms to prevent unauthorized or accidental nuclear launches. Is that true? I'm not sure. I've not looked into that, but it makes sense. So yeah, I'll not do a Google search. Does it make sense to share such technologies, such mechanisms, so that there is no unauthorized or accidental nuclear launch? It makes sense to do that because you don't want the world to be destroyed unnecessarily. So I'll not do a Google search. I think it makes sense for both nations to keep each other updated of the best technologies they have for preventing unauthorized or accidental nuclear launches. Yeah, makes sense. What else? Ayush Singh says, rapid militarization of Japan. Please check the details. What implications would it have? Look, if Japan is rapidly militarizing, it would be happening because the United States wants it to militarize. Why would the US want Japan to militarize? It's because they are more concerned about China now than they were, let's say, 5 years ago. Especially after the Ukraine war started, and the China-Russia linkage became more robust, and it's still becoming more robust. And they can see that China is getting, maybe they are coming close to sufficient readiness for perhaps making a move on Taiwan, which is why you would need Japan and South Korea to be ready as American assets to get involved in any action that may happen vis-a-vis Taiwan. And I've been saying that there's a significant chance by 2028, Japan may actually have nuclear weapons on its territory. It's possible. So the implications are that it will be harder for China to make a move on Taiwan if it ever decides to do that. That's the implications. So the US is preparing for the eventuality that China may potentially, perhaps, be considering, launching an invasion of Taiwan maybe in the next 2-3 years, maybe next year, maybe in the next 2-3 years, and the US is preparing for that. That's what it means. So China will have to consider this as well, that Japan is now in a greater state of readiness to get involved in any war. So that is something for China to worry about. What else do we have? Soraya says, in the past, outsiders managed to blend into and reshape Kashmiri culture over generations. Why hasn't India been able to do the same kind of cultural integration in Kashmir today? Um, India is a secular nation. When it comes to certain special religions, we will stay out of it. So if outsiders, correct, like you correctly say, they manage to completely reshape Kashmiri culture and destroy the original culture to a large extent over a few generations, yes. So what we should do is we should not push in, we should settle. We should settle a few lakh retired army personnel, recently retired army personnel, all across Jammu and Kashmir from various parts of India, and give them licenses for guns and weapons. Maybe 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, settle them in Jammu and Kashmir, right? And then bring in the Kashmiri Pandits back where they actually belong, in their homeland. Right? That's what we can do. But India doesn't do such things. We're a passive, that kind of nation. That's what we should do. It's our land anyway. It's Indian territory. It's always been Indian territory for 10,000 plus years. The government should have some initiative, let's say. The government lacks initiative. Yes. Yeah. So that's what we should do. Yeah. What else? Any other questions before I go into the super chat? Super chats. Rapid militarization is done of Japan. Okay, Hensi Penguin says they should have asked Rubio about Pakistani defense minister confessing about US funding terrorism in the media last year. Well, our journalists are too polite. When the Indian Prime Minister will go to other countries, you will have journalists shouting at him. Right? But our journalists, I don't know, maybe our journalists want future trips to the US and they want to be in the good books of the US or whatever it is. Yeah, our journalists should have the initiative, let's say. Our journalists should have the initiative to ask such questions. The Pakistani, was it the defense minister, whatever he was, Khwaja Asif, his name was, yeah. He admitted on multiple occasions on live television that the US essentially funded Pakistani terrorism. They used Pakistan to do the dirty work of terrorism, right? The Americans, the United States. So, yeah, that was an appropriate question to ask Mr. Marco Rubio, but none of our journalists had the initiative to do that. Initiative. Kahan says, does China's massive population give it a data advantage, or does strict states censorship ruin the quality of its AI training data? No, strict states censorship will not necessarily ruin the quality of AI training data. There'll be so much data out there. There are more Chinese online on the internet within China's firewalled internet. There are more Chinese online than Indians. And there's so much, conversations, chatter, all that happening in the Chinese internet. All kinds of data will be available. Some can, of course, sometimes the Chinese government censors things post facto. So some people say certain things that are not supposed to be said, and then after a few minutes, it's taken down. But the data will be there, right? So China's massive population does give the government of China, a massive, massive data advantage. We also have a massive online population, but our data goes to the US. The government of India doesn't, take advantage of it because our massive population is online on American social media platforms mostly. So the United States takes advantage of Indian data. And the government of India doesn't seem to feel that this is a matter of concern. Yeah. Why did Vladimir Lenin want Trotsky to take over the USSR instead of Stalin? I am not sure. I don't know. Was it the case? I'm not aware. So Yeah. I don't know about Yoga Chakra, so I won't take that. Mm, Planet Shankar says, shed some light on Marco Rubio visiting missionaries in West Bengal first. What's the motive? Uh, well, technically, it's fine. I mean, India is an open nation, and a foreign, a visiting foreign dignitary has the right to go wherever he wants. But he chose to visit the missionaries of whatever what charity, uh, which is an organization that was founded or created or co-created or whatever the history is by Teresa, the Albanian Christian missionary. Teresa, right? Who eventually received the Nobel Prize for peace or whatever it was, for conversions, I think. So he chose to visit the missionaries of charity in West Bengal. The motive is to send a message to India that we will keep interfering in your internal affairs. We are very powerful. We will do regime changes in your region. We'll encircle you. We will contain you. And we will even interfere in your internal affairs by supporting these missionary organizations that seek to alter the demographics of India. It's a message, it's a hostile message to India, essentially. That is what it is. Anumita Roy Chaudhary says, could you comment on the recent Rubio Jaishankar press briefing and what might be brewing? I haven't seen the press briefing. I don't think I even need to see the press briefing. It's not important. Nothing substantial has come out of this visit, I'm pretty sure. There's no new agreement between India and the US that's come out. I am pretty sure of that. I can guarantee that actually without watching anything. I know. I know that nothing new, nothing substantial is going to come out of this visit of Rubio to India. There's going to be no new agreements, no new, initiatives for mutual mutually beneficial cooperation. Nothing. There's no new trade deal coming out of this, right? The trade deal. What happened to the India-US trade deal? It's still not finalized. So nothing of substance has come out of this meeting, or of this visit of Rubio to India. And Rubio met with Dr. Jaishankar, the Indian foreign minister. He met with India's prime minister, Mr. Modi. Um, Allegedly, he claims that Trump has invited Mr. Modi to visit the White House. Did he bring a letter with him inviting Mr. Modi, or is it just a verbal invitation? Verbal invitations they carry no real weight. Yeah. So what's brewing? What is brewing is that the India-US relationship is no longer a positive relationship. It's the US seeks to contain India, and that's essentially what it's going to be like. There's nothing of substance that's come out of this visit. Um, Kahan says US and China, if both militaries put AI in charge of drone swarms, how do we prevent an automated accident from starting a real war? Well, what you can do is have a human in the loop, have a procedure where you have multiple human authorizations that are required before unleashing a drone swarm. Just the exact kind of mechanism you will have for authorizing a nuclear strike. I'm sure there's a lot of AI, which AI work that goes into pre-selecting locations for potential nuclear strikes, so that at the last minute you don't have to look for where do I aim my nuke at. It's all pre-selected. So similarly, you can use AI. So in when it comes to nuclear targeting, the AI may select the locations for you, but you have a human in the loop kind of thing, where let's say if it's the US, it's the US president who, gives the authorization for the strike. Without the explicit authorization of the US president, a strike can't happen. Right. So you need to have a human in the loop kind of thing, even in term when it comes to drone swarms, etc. Otherwise, if AI starts making decisions of launching strikes or launching drone swarms, then the whole world can very rapidly devolve into a disaster where AI is taking decisions. You can't have AI taking decisions. You can have AI doing analysis, AI giving you options, AI giving you the best options. And once you authorize a drone swarm launch or a nuclear strike, then the AI can take over only after human authorization. So if you have that proper process and procedure and the proper safeguards and the human in the loop kind of thing, then you will be fine. Okay. Undefined says, when will India be able to rid itself of extreme corruption at every possible level of governance. Well, we will be able to do that once we have a government that launches an actual war on corruption. The first step is for the government of India to officially recognize the fact that corruption is an issue and a major issue. That's the first step. You have to actually recognize that. So you have to explicitly say that corruption is an issue. And not just say that corruption is an issue, but at what levels, what kind of corruption you have. Yeah. Then you can start taking action against that. Right now, there is no recognition of the fact that allegedly corruption is an issue. So if there's no recognition of the fact, then there's no getting rid of anything. Right? So that's what's needed. Okay. Okay, Somi says, why did Germany lose the Battle of Britain despite having a superior air force, the Luftwaffe? Well, Germany was, see, let's look at the map, yeah? We need to look at the map to get some understanding of how it was. So let's go to the map. We'll look at Europe. So as you can see, Germany is kind of here, and the UK is all the way here. So Germany needed, so what Germany was doing, it was bombarding England. It was bombarding the UK. So it had to launch, those bomber aircraft, the Messerschmitts and Stukas and Henkels and whatever else. Had to launch those aircraft, cross a certain amount of territory, which is, let's say, the shortest distance I'm thinking of is about 350 kilometers, but probably much more than that. Okay. Let's say you want to strike London in the Second World War. You won't be launching aircraft essentially from the border of the Netherlands. Eventually, the Netherlands were occupied by Germany, etc., but they had to cross the English Channel. In those days, the aircraft did not have such long legs. So the issue was that they had to cross a lot of kilometers, 350 kilometers one way, then deliver their bombs, then come back all the way. So you needed a lot of fuel, which was a problem. The distance was a problem, right? And that gave the German Air Force a disadvantage. Then the UK had a pretty good Air Force of its own. They also had French defenders. They also had French pilots defending the UK. So France was taken over by Germany. You had the puppet government, the Vichy regime that was in charge of France, and a lot of French Air Force officers, etc., pilots, and so on. They escaped to England. They escaped to the UK, and then they flew Spitfires to defend the UK. I can think of Jean-Marie Dor. Let's Google him. Is he even available on Wikipedia? Jean-Marie Dor. So he's a French pilot who died fighting the Germans. Okay. Jean-Marie Dor. French pilot. There we have him. Right? He was a French-born pilot with the Royal Air Force during the Second World War. He died in 1944. There we have him. He was an ace pilot, fantastic pilot. And so you had these things. You had, and the UK had a pretty good Air Force itself, right? The Germans had cruise missiles and bombers, and the UK had Spitfires and other aircraft, and they eventually discovered ways of dealing with the cruise missiles, the V2 missile, the Doodlebug. You just had to tip the wing over, that sort of thing, and it would just crash. But you had to learn this through trial and error. So overall, the British aircraft did not have to fly long or fly far. They were simply defending the British mainland. The German aircraft had to fly long distances for that time, like 700 kilometers roughly. Okay, one way 350 kilometers, going back 350 kilometers. That's a long mission. And that was you still were in the infancy of the of military aviation. The aircraft weren't as good anywhere as good as the kind of aircraft you have today. So because of these things, and because Britain was defending itself and Germany was attacking, so when you are defending yourself, you will put everything into it. So because of various factors such as these, the Germans were not able to, defeat Britain in the Battle of Britain. Okay, what else do we have? Let's see some other interesting questions. Okay, Amisha says India said that we need diversified energy sources today in front of Marco Rubio. Okay, so I haven't seen the briefing or the press conference or the media thing interaction. Uh, okay, so India said that we need diversified energy sources. Well, it is correct. Every nation needs diversified energy sources. What do we mean by diversified energy sources? It means we should buy energy from lots of different nations, not just from two or three nations, right? It's like you're an investor. You don't want to invest all your money in two or three companies. You want to spread the risk out, right? Similarly, if you're buying energy, you don't want to buy energy from just two or three places. You should have 10, 12, 15 different places from which you import oil and gas. That way you're safe. Um, so that's what it means. And to say it in front of Rubio, it's sending a message that we will not simply do what the US tells us. Perhaps Rubio came with the objective of perhaps uh, sending a message to India behind closed doors that you need to buy our energy. You need to stop buying oil from Russia, stop buying oil from wherever else, buy it from American owned and American controlled sources, or else this, that, whatever. Maybe that's the case. So that must have happened behind closed doors. It won't happen in public. And then in public, to send a message to Rubio and to Trump, will say that we want to diversify our energy sources. So it means saying no to them. Probably that's what happened. Obviously, I don't know what happened today behind closed doors, but I'm guessing, and I think this is a pretty good guess here. Yeah. Aditya says color revolution in India soon. I hope not, and I don't think so. Nope. What else? Ritik Pawar says our system is such that competent people do not rise to the top, but if a person is truly competent, they will find a way to rise to the top no matter how rotten the system is. What's your take? If you're a truly competent person, you will prefer to be in an environment which respects competence, right? You will want to be in an environment which respects merit, which respects competence, which allows you to flourish, not a system that fights you every step of the way. You will not like that. It will frustrate you very much if you're a competent person. There'll be the rare competent person who will want to be in a system that hates competence and fight every step of the way. But then what percentage of your potential will you reach if you are truly competent? Right. So if you choose to fight that battle, you're welcome to do it. Many people choose to fight that battle, remain in India, don't go abroad, remain in India and fight the system, fight the bureaucrats, fight the politicians, fight the low standards. There are people like that. You must have seen them somewhere on YouTube. Right. So, okay. um, what else do we have? Let's see. Anabil Sarkar says English should be exception and regional language mandatory. In the education system, you should be taught two languages. One is your mother tongue, and the second is the civilizational language. English, I am not saying don't learn English, but learn it in your own free time. The education system of India should not teach English. Why should we teach a foreign language? Right. So, English, if somebody wants to learn, they can learn in their own free time outside of school. The Indian education system should not teach English. You should have a two language policy. One should be your mother tongue. You should have your education in your mother tongue, whatever your mother tongue is. And the second language you should learn should be the civilization language, not Hindi. It should be Sanskrit. Across India, north, south, east, west, everywhere. Mother tongue and Sanskrit. That should be the formula. I know a lot of people will disagree with me. I don't care. That's what it should be. Okay. Okay, let's take some super chats now because I'll otherwise be fishing for some interesting comments here and there. Let's see. Okay. Sabarish Nair says, Sir, you say that we stop Russia from becoming a Chinese vassal. during the Russia-Ukraine war by Russia-Ukraine war by purchasing more oil. But how can Russia ever become anyone's vassal when they themselves are an autarky? That's a great question. That's how you formulate an argument. That's a great question. So I myself keep saying Russia is an autarky. I probably have introduced a lot of people to the word autarky. What is an autarky? An autarkic nation, or a nation that is an autarky, is a nation that's completely self-sufficient in natural resources. Completely self-sufficient. It has to import nothing, neither oil. It doesn't have to import oil or gas or coal or iron ore or any of the chemicals needed for fertilizers. It doesn't have to import grains or foodstuffs. It doesn't have to import lithium, rare earths, nothing. Nothing. Everything is available in its territory. That's an autarky. That is such an incredible advantage to have, right? If you don't need to import anything from anybody else, you're completely self-sufficient. So Russia is that. Russia is an autarky. So the question Sabarish is asking is a great question. I have been saying that India acted as a pressure release valve for Russia. India imported tremendous amounts of oil starting in 2022. And that that had the effect of Russia not becoming completely dependent on China economically. And that prevented Russia from becoming a junior partner or vassal of China. But I also said that Russia is an autarky. So how do these two positions even work together? I am wrong either here or I am wrong either there. One of my positions is incorrect. That's what Sabrish is saying. Is it so? An autarky is an economic thing. Being an autarky means you are economically completely self-sufficient. You're self-sufficient in terms of resources. Right? Right. Now let's say Russia is an autarky and the entire world boycotts Russia because the Americans control the whole world. So Russia can no longer trade with the rest of the world. It can't sell oil, it can't sell gas, it can't sell anything, it can't export anything, it can't import anything also. So Russia becomes isolated. The Americans won't sell Boeing aircraft to Russia. If Russia has Boeing aircraft, Airbus aircraft, the Americans and the Europeans won't sell spare parts to Russia. So the entire Russian aircraft fleet becomes grounded, etc., etc. There are so many other sectors in which Russia will need imports from the US or from the West. All of that stops. Then what do? Then maybe China says, you know what, we'll supply you with whatever you need. But you need to align yourself with us geopolitically. So Russia has to align itself with China. Maybe China says, you know what, we will supply you the electronics you need. We have a high-tech electronics industry. We'll supply you with that. You need spare parts for aircraft. We manufacture that. We'll sell you that. But you need to align yourself with us geopolitically. You need to do what we say. In other words, you become our junior partner. We decide what your foreign policy is. We decide how you interact with various nations. But you stay economically independent, sure. So that's vassalage. Autarky is an economic thing. Vassalage is a geopolitical thing. China will say you now need to trade in yuan. If some nations are still buying oil from you, you must sell the oil in yuan, not in Russian rubles or not in whatever else. Not in dollars, yuan. All your international transactions must now happen in yuan. So that's how, despite being an autarky, a nation like Russia can become a junior partner of China, can become a vassal of China. Otherwise, Russia will have to go down to the 19th century and have the lifestyle of the 19th century. Because in the 21st century, you need electronics, you need all these things. And Russia's industry isn't that great today. Some of the things are missing. For example, laptops, Russia doesn't manufacture laptops. Russia doesn't manufacture high quality microchips, GPUs, etc. The Chinese, they can supply that. Do you understand? So Russia can definitely choose not to become a junior partner or vassal of China, but then Russia will no longer have electronics. Russia will no longer have these things, that thing, whatever else. Right? So if nobody chooses to trade with Russia, China, then China becomes the overlord. But if India chooses to buy tremendous quantities of oil and so on, then Russia has alternatives. So that's kind of how it happens. India obviously doesn't supply electronics and all, but overall, that's the thing. So that's how India helped Russia out, right? So even an autarky can become a vassal. That's my point. That's my point. Harshai says, you must have realized by now how easy it is to fool the youth of today's India. Naive and predictable. Cockroach. See, India's people are super, super gullible. That I have understood for a long time. Super gullible. Yeah. It's very easy to fool Indians, influence Indians if you are in a position of authority. If you are, there's so many things, Indians don't have the ability to think critically. The education system smashes it out of your head. So once the ability to think critically is lost, then people become very susceptible to all kinds of manipulation. And yeah, and there are people who take advantage of that. Obviously, people will take advantage of that. So yeah, it is the case. Yes. You're talking about the cockroach party, right? Yeah. VSVS says, Namaste, sir. Namaste, sir, indeed. Namaste. Arthur Dane says, how to learn history as hobby, beginner roadmap. How do you learn history? So, beginner roadmap, start with whatever fascinates you. You should learn something that you're curious about. If you're not curious about history, then don't learn it. But if you are curious about history, then ask yourself, what are you curious about? Are you curious about ancient Indian history? Are you curious about the history of your particular your region, maybe your state? Are you curious about ancient Roman history? Are you curious about the history of the world wars? Are you curious about Egyptian history, Chinese history, Roman history, Russian history? What is it that you're curious about? What fascinates you? First, identify what fascinates you, and then go to Amazon or Flipkart or whatever, and search for that search term. Let's say it's Roman history. Search for Roman history in the books section and identify 5 books, the 5 top rated books with the highest, at least 200 reviews and 4.5 plus stars. Get those books and read them. That's how we do it. Then you move on to other areas of history and so on. That's how we do it, right? All the best. Mary Kane. Mary, good morning. Warp drive problems, time warp, radiation buildup, stopping shockwave destroys destination, instability creates event horizon. Question: would you spend money on researching warp drive? I think it's a little too early to. If I had, let's say, X amount of money, what would I spend it on? What kind of research would I spend it on? I would spend it on light sail research. My objective will be to be able to travel to the nearest star system and return to Earth within one human lifetime. That's what my primary objective would be at this point in time. So I would bet on light sails. What's a light sail? It's like, you had these schooners at sea. What's a schooner? Let's find out. Okay. Schooner. So a schooner is this sort of ship, right? A ship with sails. And the sails propel the ship forward. You have sails of different configurations, and they propel the ship forward. It's the pressure of the wind on the sails that propels the ship forward. So that's a schooner. It uses standard sails that are propelled by the wind. Now, light sails are propelled by the pressure that comes from photons, from the sun or wherever else. Radiation pressure. Because photons, which are essentially particles of light, massless particles, they carry momentum. And the momentum has an actual physical impact on any physical object. So if you have a very thin sail made of metal, typically, and you shine laser beams or even sunlight on that, it's going to propel the thing forward. So if you have high-powered lasers on Earth, and if you have a spacecraft equipped with a light sail outside of the Earth's atmosphere, you can shine those lasers onto it, and you can propel it forward. And you do it for a few hours, you will be able to accelerate it to a non-trivial percentage of the speed of light. Maybe 10% or 20% of the speed of light, even 30% of the speed of light. At 30% of the speed of light, approximately 30 or so percent of the speed of light, you can reach Proxima Centauri in about 30 to 40 years, maybe less, right? So that's what I would invest in. I would obviously not send humans to onto the spacecraft initially. I would create a microscopic, I mean not a microscopic, a scaled down version of a spacecraft with cameras and whatever on board, and I would launch it in the direction of Proxima Centauri. I would have an AI system on board that will enable it to navigate entering the star system, and getting into orbit around the planet that we are looking for. There seems to be an exoplanet there. Which exoplanet do we have in the Proxima Centauri system? Do we have an Earth-like exoplanet in the Proxima Centauri star system? Probably yes. Yes, Proxima Centauri B, a potentially rocky Earth-like exoplanet. So I would have this spacecraft enter into orbit on around this planet, maybe even send a probe to the surface, and I would have that data, the video data and all that, beamed back to Earth. And then I would I'm not sure if we can have the spacecraft return, because you would need some lasers there to propel it back to Earth, but at least you can send it on a one-way journey and get images back from there, images, video, other data. So that's what I would bet on. Yeah. So I would not spend money on researching warp drives right now. Right now, warp drive research is theoretical research. We don't really know how to actually make one. There is something called the Alcubierre drive, which is valid physics. It's not science fiction. It's actual physics. Let's see, Alcubierre drive. Come on, let's go. There we have it. Okay, so this is a speculative space-time warp concept proposed by a physicist, and so this is an actual valid physical solution to faster than light travel and so on. But you can't really do it right now because, as it says here, the energy demands are astronomical. I mean, you need the entire mass energy equivalent of the entire mass of Jupiter or the sun to actually, to create this sort of technology to propel this thing forward. So it's not currently possible in the context of present day physics or present day human capabilities. You would need to be able to create entire Dyson spheres or something and to harness the energy of an entire star, okay, in order to make the Alcubierre drive work. So I would not spend money on that. I don't mind doing theoretical pen on paper research on this, but spending money on creating an Alcubierre drive, it simply won't work. We don't have enough energy. We don't know how to harness that much energy right now. So I would not spend money on that. I would spend money on light sail research. I think we are 5-10 years away, 5-10 years of engineering research away from actually making a light sail work and launching a mission to Proxima Centauri. And warp drive problems, time warping is going to happen. Of course, it's going to happen. Radiation buildup, that's also a possibility. When you stop it, there's going to be a shock wave in space-time, which could destroy the destination. Like you're saying, instability could potentially create an event horizon around the warp bubble potentially. So there are all these issues. So this is all theoretical research right now. And even if you want to make it happen, you will need the entire energy of at least Jupiter, if not the sun itself, which even if you wanted to, we cannot harness. So I would not spend money on researching a warp drive right now. I would research light sails. We do want to travel beyond the solar system, sure. We do want to see actually what the nearest exoplanet looks like. Does it have an atmosphere? Does it have a rocky surface? Does it have an ocean? What exactly is it like? What is the atmosphere like? Does it have some kind of life on board? If yes, what kind of life? Primitive life? Not so primitive life? What exactly is it like? So I would like to send a spacecraft into orbit around that planet. Maybe I would like to send us a fleet of spacecraft, tiny spacecraft with GoPros or something. Maybe not so tiny, maybe modestly sized spacecraft, maybe 100 of those. Maybe a few will go into orbit around Proxima Centauri B. A few may go into orbit around some other exoplanet in the system. A few would try and see what the star is like and so on. And they should send data back to Earth maybe for 5-10 years, however long they last, right? Once they reach there. That's what I would spend money on. That is actually possible using current day, using present day technology. So that's what I would bet my money on. If I had let's say if I had $100 million to spend, to burn, I'd do that. I would not at this point in time research a warp drive. Interesting, really interesting question, Mary. Good to see you. Piyush Shukla says in social media, Indian social media is now aware about deep state CIA agenda to contain and vassalize us. Isn't it a good thing that many people now know it? Indian government has some voter base support. I think it's good that people are aware of the overall geopolitical situation. Uh, that the world's most powerful nation now no longer seeks to be a partner. It seeks to contain India. It is now seeing India with suspicion. It is seeing India through the lens of the Thucydides trap, maybe a potential Thucydides trap to 20, 30 years down the line. If India becomes the next China, you know, that is a if. It's not a when. It's if. Okay, but yeah, why take a chance if you are the US? It's a logical strategy for them. Um, and ideally, they would like to vassalize India. Of course, they would want to. If I was running the US, I would also want to vassalize a nation like India. It's just logical. That's what you do, right? Uh, so now people are becoming aware of this in India because of social media and whatever else. There are many other people also besides me who are now speaking about this. So it's a good thing. Yes, it's a good thing. The deep state, the agenda to contain India, to encircle India via regime changes in the subcontinent, eventually potentially even do a regime change if possible in India itself, or whatever else. Yeah. So it's overall good that people are aware of this. It's good. You should be aware of what's really happening in the world. Anumita Roy Chaudhary, thank you very much. Anumita Roy Chaudhary ji, thank you. VSVS says you can play an Abhijit Chavda edit on stream. Abhijit Chavda edit, like what? Highlights of the past 100 live streams or something with music. that's that's an interesting suggestion. That's a rather narcissistic thing to do, to have your own highlights reel or an edit of yourself, presenting yourself to be some kind of superhero or something. Come on, I mean, it's a little narcissistic to do. I'm not that, but yeah, it's a good suggestion. Maybe somebody else can do it for me. I'm okay. Any update on the books? Want to read it all in one go? Work in progress. Books take time. I'm working on books right now. Yeah, I will let everybody know once they're going to be available soon. I will let everyone know. Rajat says Putin hammered Ukraine badly with Oreshnik missiles. I think there were drones as well. So I think this happened a few hours ago. Kiev was hammered. The city of Kiev, Kiev, Kiev was hammered by Russia. Russia has been very patient, very quiet these days. They've been absorbing a lot of damage from Ukraine, drone swarms and whatnot. Yeah. So a few hours ago, there was a significant Russian attack on Kiev. I think it was missiles and drones together because one could hear the missile droning move that way. Yes, that has happened. That's happened just a few hours ago. So the Ukraine war is back on, I suppose. Yeah, it's not like it ever ended, but yeah, it's a little visible right now, unlike the past few months. The trader says YouTube doc scripting, struggling to structure too many events for high retention. Any advice on keeping the narrative tight? Also on writing paper versus PC. What's a PC? I don't know what a PC is. YouTube doc scripting. YouTube documentary scripting. You creating a documentary. And you're struggling to structure too many events for high retention. Any advice on keeping the narrative tight? Well, if you are creating a documentary, let's say it's a 60-minute documentary, the singular question you have to ask yourself is, when the documentary ends, what is the one core idea I want my viewer to go back with? What's the one central idea of the documentary? Right? So that's the first thing you have to ask yourself. What's the central idea that the viewer should go away with after watching the documentary? And then what if you once you understand, once you drill down onto what the central idea is, you have to ask yourself, what are the supporting ideas and supporting evidence for that central idea? What are the 7 or 8 pieces of supporting evidence, 7 or 8 stories or mini stories that I can tell that will support the central idea or the central claim I'm making? So that's the pieces, those are the different beats of your documentary. Each can be maybe 5 minutes or 6 minutes or 7 minutes. Yeah. And which comes first, which comes later, how do you structure it? It has to be structured logically, maybe chronologically, or maybe in terms of the progression of the idea that leads to the big reveal at the end. So you have to make it as simple as possible. Should not confuse or overwhelm the viewer with too much information. It should all lead progressively towards the conclusion of understanding the central idea. And you should use a storytelling approach as far as possible, right? And maybe keep some suspense, some big reveal at the end. So that works for a not 5, maybe 10-minute YouTube video or a 60-minute documentary, maybe even for a 2-hour documentary. It all depends on the size and shape and scope of the thing. But you should know what is the central idea, the central claim you're making, the one thing that the viewer should go away with once it is done. You should know what are the different pieces of supporting evidence that you have, and in what order they fit into the story. And it should be a story. It may be serious, it may be whatever, but it should also, as if possible, entertain the viewer. So that's what you do. That's the advice. Keep it tight. Keep out all superfluous, unnecessary stuff. Whatever does not take the story forward, remove it. Even if it is wonderful, you may like it personally, but if it does not take the story forward, remove it. Every sentence that you speak, every sentence in the script should take the story forward or give new information to the viewer. One of two things. Every sentence in the documentary that is spoken should do one of two things: either give new information or advance the story. That's how we do it. All right. All the best. I don't know about paper versus PC. I don't know what a PC is, but okay. All the best for your documentary. All right. Rajat says, any chance that you TED inspired talks by SV? What's a SV? What's a TED? Any chance that you read inspired talks by SV? What is inspired talks by SV? Let me see. Let me Google that. Inspired talks by SV. Oh, inspired talks by Swami Vivekananda. I haven't read it. I have no idea. I haven't read this. I actually haven't read any of Swami Vivekananda ji's work. I haven't read anything written by him. So I have no idea. Okay. Jatin Kumar says, why English kid talks maturely than Indian kids? So you're saying, why do English speaking kids speak more maturely than Indian kids? Or why do English kids from England, when they speak, why do they sound more mature than Indian kids? One possibility is that maybe you feel that the English language sounds more mature than a vernacular Indian language. That's a possibility. And secondly, the education system in Europe is far superior to the Indian education system. The people there, at least to a certain extent, more than Indian kids, can think critically and formulate their ideas and arguments better. Yeah. And in India, we don't teach kids dignified behavior. Indian kids scream and shout and see how they behave in public. In the West, they teach a little bit of dignity and how to behave yourself, how to comport yourself. So because of these reasons, people from England and other parts of maybe the Western world, they seem like they have more dignity than Indians because their behavior is more dignified. In India, our heroes are what? Your comedians on TV and your cricketers and all that, and your entertainers. They are your heroes. In the West, they still have other heroes apart from entertainers and sports people. So because of these reasons, there is a difference in behavior and so on. Rajat says, how did your European schooling help you? So I'll tell you, when I was a kid, and I was in Europe, right, for a few years. The education system there is different. It's overall better. You don't have these annual exams. You have tests every week, like one or two tests in a week. A test maybe 10-20 marks. It's a pretty casual test. So if you so you have 12 months in a year, 2 months are vacation, so 10 months you study. How many weeks is that? That's 44 weeks. So at the end of 44 weeks, you've given more than 50 tests for sure. And your performance across the entire 50 tests is graded. And most likely you're promoted. And unless you've done very poorly through the year, then you may be made to retake that particular class. So that's how it is. And there is no emphasis on rote memorization and so many things. That's how European schooling is different. Western schooling is different. Did it help me? I'm not sure it helped me. It's not like I have been shaped by the fact that I spent time abroad and I gained something from the education system there. I'm not sure I did. Of course, traveling the world and seeing other countries and other cultures and all, it does broaden your horizons. So you don't have that frog in the well mentality that my well is the best in the world. You go and see other wells, go and see the world, then you will realize your well is not the only thing in the world, and maybe it's not the best. So that, of course, helped me. But overall, it's not like the education system there or the schooling there somehow made me a better person. I am sure that it may have contributed maybe a little bit to some extent, but overall, let's say if I had not studied in the West, but I had traveled to various Western countries, I would have been pretty much the same person that I'm today, even minus the Western education. So I'm not sure if it helped me, but it did give me a different perspective. It did give me the perspective that the Indian education system is genuinely rotten, right? I'm pretty sure that the education system that I went through in the West, in Europe, I'm sure it's not the best in the world, but it's definitely leagues ahead of the Indian education system. Yeah. Rajat says Rubio did not visit Victoria Memorial St. Paul Cathedral in Kolkata. No, he wanted to visit the active epicenter of missionary activity, which is Teresa's organization. The Victoria Memorial, it's just a building. There's no Christian activity happening there. The St. Paul Cathedral, I'm not familiar with that cathedral. I don't know what it is. Is it a historic monument? Is it something the British left behind? Is there actual Christian activity happening there? I have no idea. But yeah, he chose to visit the epicenter of conversion activity. Agni Varana says, how Hindu Dharma forms Bharat's core identity. If you take Hindu Dharma away, what are we? It's something that's been part of our identity and our way of life for at least 10,000 years, probably more. If it's that long with you, it's been with you that long, it has shaped everything that is of any relevance when it comes to Indian civilization. It is the core of Indian civilization. How? Every aspect of Indian civilization is dharmic. That's how it is. All right. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, how to deal with lactose intolerance? I don't have any clue. I have no idea. I don't know what are the symptoms of lactose intolerance. I believe that you can't digest milk, right? Well, I would say that if you are lactose intolerant, do not consume dairy products, and you're done. You're good. You won't have to deal with it. Are Indians lactose intolerant? Let me see. Lactose intolerance in India. Lactose intolerance in India. Come on. Really? It's highly prevalent in India, affecting 60-75% of the adult population. India is the world's largest milk producer and consumer. But the genetic mutation is less common in India than in Western populations. That's weird. North India, you have 20 to 30% lactose intolerance, and Southern and Eastern India, 60 to 65%. Okay. So many Indians are lactose intolerant and remain completely unaware of it. Da, 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 da. Bloating and gas, abdominal cramps and pain, diarrhea, etc. Yeah, so I suppose what you do is you avoid dairy products and you're good to go. It's as simple as that. Don't consume dairy products and you won't have to face the problem. That's what I can tell you. I'm really surprised that so many people in India are lactose intolerant. Yeah. Okay. Sergeant Skylan says, will biofuel Viver? What's Viver? Will biofuel Viver be a thing in India? What's a Viver? Will biofuels be a thing in India? Biofuels. Yeah, the biofuels can be a thing in India. Well, what's biofuels? So I think your your the gas that's produced from composting and all that. Biogas, right? Biomethane. It's already a thing in India, but it's done at a very decentralized, rural level. India produces so much waste um, that can be turned into biofuel on an industrial scale. So it should be done. Biogas should be a very big thing in India. Of course, you'll have to build a proper infrastructure and nationwide system for that. But India should do that. The government of India should invest in that. And biofuels can really solve a significant percentage of India's energy requirements. So I think biofuel should be a thing in India. You can convert sugarcane into ethanol and you can do ethanol blending. I'm not sure how good it is for your carburetors and so on, but you can blend maybe 10% ethanol. Yeah. I don't know. The government of India, I think it's going for 20% or something. I'm not sure. Or whatever. So that can be a thing. And of course, biogas is a pretty good thing. It can really fuel India and replace LPG to a large extent potentially. So these possibilities are there, and the government of India should take them seriously. Pradeep Kumar Roy, emoji. All right, what is that emoji? Is it the scared emoji? What is it? Okay. Swastik Mahesh says, how to solve the problem of corruption in India? Well, there's no need to reinvent the wheel. Look at how other countries have dealt with it and do something similar. That's all I will say. Okay, I will not recommend specific punishments for corruption, etc. Just look at how other nations have dealt with it and do it the same way. You can't completely eradicate anything, but you can certainly cut it down drastically. Yeah. So Sharma 108X says potatoes and kidney beans were introduced to Bharat by Portuguese from South America 500 years ago. Thank the white man for your traditional Indian food. Yeah, today Indians feel that the potatoes, kidney beans, tomatoes, and peppers, all these things are traditional Indian food. I mean, chili peppers are traditional Indian food today. Today, Indians imagine it's always been around for 10,000 plus years in India. No, it's not. Before the chili peppers were introduced into India roughly 5 or so centuries ago, uh, Indians used black pepper for introducing spiciness into food. And we exported gazillions of tons of black pepper to Rome. And in exchange for that, India was paid in gold and silver by the Romans. And the Romans were super concerned about that. We are exporting all our gold to India for pepper and luxuries. Yeah. So that's the case. So yes, potatoes, kidney beans, etc. They came to India from there. Now, if you go to the UK, what is the UK's national food? It is chicken tikka masala. So thank the brown man for your traditional British food, I would say. Okay. So today the world is a unified global place, right? So there's you can eat avocados in India today. You can have avocados on toast. And in a few years, that's going to be traditional Indian food. So today, since the world is a really small globalized place. There's no traditional food anywhere. You can see what's Indian cuisine. What's Indian cuisine? How do you define Indian cuisine? My definition of Indian cuisine is any kind of food you can cook it, as long as you use Indian spices in it. That's Indian cuisine. You can use French techniques. You can baste the food. You can do a confit. But as long as you use Indian spices in it, it's going to taste Indian. And in my opinion, that's Indian cuisine. You can use any techniques in the world, which may have come from anywhere, from Papua New Guinea or Antarctica. But as long as you use Indian ingredients, it's going to be Indian cuisine. It's going to taste Indian. The end product is going to taste Indian, and that's what matters. Okay? So I can cook tofu. Tofu. You take tofu, you cook Indian style, it is Indian food. Tofu is Chinese. I know. It is from soybeans. But if you cook it in the Indian style, using not just Indian style, you can cook it in the French style, or you can stir fry it on a wok Chinese style. But if you use Indian spices and Indian ingredients, it's going to taste Indian. And that's going to make it Indian food. So I can cook a meal for foreign guests using foreign ingredients, using maybe Chinese stir frying methods on a really super hot wok for a few seconds. But if I use garam masala in it, if I use turmeric, if I use cardamom, cloves, and I stir fry using that, when the end product is served to my guests, they're going to say, this is fantastic Indian food. So what is traditional Indian food? What is Indian food overall? Indian food is food that tastes and smells Indian, right? So whether I use potatoes, tomatoes came from Mexico. Yeah. Tomatoes are an integral part of Indian food today. So that's how it goes, sir. That's how it goes. Sujal Rajput says anti-data center sentiment is growing in India. Huge water usage and very less jobs created for thousands of acres of land. Also risk of data leakage. Opinion. Look, as long as it's Indian data, it's perfectly fine to store it in India, right? Indian data should remain in India. I completely would agree with that part of things. But storing foreign data in India, in gigantic data centers that take lots of land and consume huge amount of water and create very few jobs, I don't think it's a good idea. Because first of all, this tremendous power consumption, we will have to generate more power to power these data centers that serve other countries, that don't serve us. Secondly, it's going to consume a lot of water. It's going to consume pure water, not salty water or whatever. It's going to consume good, high quality water. And what's the job creation? Minimal. So I don't think it's a great idea to host foreign data centers in India. Indian data should be hosted in India, and we should do everything required for that. Indian data should not be in the hands of foreigners. But foreign data over here, I don't think it's a great idea. That's my opinion. Ganapati says, what do you think about CJI calling Gen Z as cockroaches? No comment. I not comment about judiciary. Never comment. I have the highest regard for Indian judiciary. High regards, highest regards. I never comment about Indian judiciary. No. Okay. No, sir. No, thank you. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, why is there so much hate against Indians online? To stop Indian immigration into other countries. Let them hate. Does it affect me? Why should it affect us? Let them hate. But why is the hate there is a question. Yeah. So India was a miserable, poor country for the longest time after 1947, after partition. After India was partitioned by the British. Right? Since then, we were a miserably poor, super backward, economically backward, poverty-struck country. A country that evoked the sentiments of pathos and pity in the eyes of anybody outside India. People felt sorry for India. People pitied Indians. Oh, those poor Indians. Send them some bread. Send them some crumbs to eat. And now Indians are launching rockets. Indians are reaching Mars. Indians are reaching the moon. Indian spacecraft are reaching the moon and Mars. Indians are becoming slowly, slightly prosperous-ish. Indians are on social media all over the place. Very vocal, by the way. Indians love arguing. Indians love arguing. They will argue you to death. They'll make you surrender and throw up your hands. That's how much they will argue. And if you are one person abusing Indians, there'll be 500 Indians abusing you. Right? And on top of that, Indians who move to the West are super successful, super prosperous. They typically earn way more than the average local. Yeah. And they refuse to become monotheists. They continue to practice strange gods, multiple gods. Oh, the blasphemy, oh, the horror. So because of these reasons, and India is a kind of assertive geopolitically these days. It doesn't participate in US-led sanctions against Russia. It buys Russian oil. The Russians, those savage Asiatics. India doesn't support Ukraine. India doesn't support the Western action on Russia. What kind of barbaric nation is this? That's why there's hate against India. Do you understand? Indians, how dare these backward Indians stand up for themselves and argue against us? Right? That's why. Ganapati says, what do you think of about the cockroach party? I am not a fan of cockroaches. I have never been a fan of cockroaches. I don't like cockroaches. They kind of creep me out. My cat used to eat cockroaches and then he would say meow to me and he will smell like cockroach in his mouth. I don't like it. So, cockroach. I don't like them, cockroaches. I especially dislike them when they fly around. Yeah. And they come in so many different sizes and shapes. Small ones, large ones. Albino cockroaches. They even, I don't know, they have a strange life cycle. If you see them magnified, they're even creepier than you would imagine. I'm not a fan of cockroaches. I'm sure they have the right to exist and all. Please do exist wherever you are, but stay out of my life is all I would say to cockroaches. Yes. Sharma says, I can't handle normal food. It messes me up. I mostly eat eggs, meat, dairy. I have no idea how people can handle high carb, high sugar, tasty food. Well, everyone's got a different physiology, right? Everyone is different. Some people, let me give you an extreme example, okay? An extreme example. You had this guy called, you have this guy called Michael Phelps. Michael Phelps is the greatest Olympic swimmer of all time. He's got a gazillion gold medals and so on. And he was extraordinarily disciplined and his training regimen was insane. And the guy, when he was training, okay, now he's retired, of course. Now he doesn't do it. But when he was training, he used to eat 10,000 calories a day. 10,000 calories a day, including family-sized pizzas. That's a carb overload for someone like you and me. The guy used to eat 10,000 calories a day. Anything would go. And he would remain super lean and shredded and ripped because of the amount of practice he did every day. So it all depends on your lifestyle. It depends on your physiology. It depends on your genetics. Right? I think overall, we are an omnivorous species. We can handle plant-based products. We can handle meat. We can handle animal products. And so, yeah, you've got to understand your body, your physiology, your metabolism, your digestive system. You do understand that well, and then eat whatever suits you. So there are people who can handle tremendous amounts of carbs, I suppose. They typically won't be very lean people. That's an understatement, possibly. Yeah. You do you, is what I would say. Right? If you can't handle, food that has lots of processed carbs or whatever, please eschew that. Stay away from that. Do whatever is best for you and whatever makes you feel healthy and feel good. If you eat carbs and you feel all foggy headed and messed up and all, well, keep the carbs away, keep the sugar away. Eat what's best for you. Yeah. Overall, I would say for the average person, you need a reasonably balanced diet: 33%, 33%, 33%, the three macronutrients, carbs, fats, and proteins. If you can do that, you're fine. But for some people, you may need more protein. You'll feel better that way, perhaps. If you eat if you eat more protein heavy diet, you could even get away with eating one meal a day or something. It all depends on various things. Yeah. All right. Ganapati says, was Indira Gandhi ji, was she right in stripping away the special privileges given to the so-called royal families by the 26th Amendment? Most Indian royals were and continue to remain MI6 royalists. Oh well, I was not aware of that. Uh, was she right in stripping away the special privileges given to them? I suppose she was. See, most of these royal families, okay, most of the royal families that remained in control of their kingdoms after 1857, those were British loyalists. They were British collaborators. Many of them were installed by the British after killing off the original royal families. In 1857, it was the Indian royal families, the Indian royalty that rebelled against the British and sought to eradicate them and remove them from India. That was what it was. It was the War of Independence. It happened more or less spontaneously in a coordinated fashion or whatever. It was the Indian royal families that rose up and fought the British. Unfortunately, the British, prevailed overall eventually. And the first thing they did was kill off the true royal families of India. They killed off the true royal families of India, plundered all their wealth, then placed puppets on those thrones, who may have been distant relations of the families they killed off or outright usurpers. So the British installed puppets after 1857, and they called them royal families. They were royal only because they were installed by the British, and their job was to further British interests. Some royal families were actual royal families, and they perhaps maybe did not rebel in 1857, or maybe they chose to compromise and cooperate with the British so that they could continue to serve their people. So some royal families are genuine royal families, but most of them are just British puppets and not real royalty. Okay. And now that if you understand the fact that most of them were installed by the British, for example, let me give you an example. I'm speaking about 1857, right? But let me give you an example of something that happened after 1857. After 1857, there was another revolt against the British, or another war of independence. 1891, Manipur. The Manipuris fought the British because the British were becoming too powerful. The Manipuris fought the British and they lost. And the British, they exiled the true king of Manipur to the Andamans, and they hanged the Yuvraj and the general of the army. And they installed some puppet after that, the British. And today's Maharaja of Manipur is a descendant of that puppet the British installed. Okay? So I would say most of these royal families are not real royal families. They are fake royal families. Just because the British made you a royal family doesn't mean you are a real royal family. So probably Mrs. Gandhi was right in taking away the special privileges they got. Yeah. Most of them probably did not deserve those privileges. And if you understand that most of these people were British collaborators, that would probably explain what you are claiming here, that they were and continue to be MI6 loyalists, that I am not aware of. Okay. So I am not aware of that particular thing. But if in case that is true, which is if it is true, then this explains that. Sharma says, is Kashmir Shaivism the pinnacle of Hinduism? I would not say any one specific manifestation of Hinduism is the pinnacle of Hinduism. That way, everybody will claim that my specific path is the pinnacle of Hinduism. There is Shaivism across India. there is Shaktism across India, there is Vaishnavism in various parts of India. I think they are all beautiful manifestations of our incredibly rich and diverse civilization in their own ways, right? There is Shaivism in various parts of it. There's Shaivism down south in India. That's also Shaivism. It has its own way of worshipping the divine. So I would say that all are different pinnacles of Hinduism. I would not say that any one of them is the absolute greatest form of Hinduism or manifestation of Hinduism. Right? That is un-Hindu to say that. Hinduism accepts all the different paths. How did Hinduism become like this? That's a good question. You see, if you read the oldest literature in Hinduism, what's the oldest literature in Hinduism or in the world? What's the oldest literature in the world? It's the Rig Veda. So the Rig Veda has all kinds of, you could say stories of real events. It also mentions a geopolitical event, the Rig Veda. That's the battle of the 10 kings. And that happened before the Rig Veda was written. That's why it was written, right? Because it's something that happened in the past. So you have this battle that happens between King Sudas and an entire coalition of more than 10 clans, more than 10 kingdoms. They are all arrayed against King Sudas. Okay? And King Sudas, with the help of Lord Indra, is able to defeat them all, and they're all expelled out of India. They're all expelled out of India. These 10, 11, 12 clans, Vedic clans, all expelled out of India forever, permanently. Right? Then that's the beginning of the Indo-European migrations, by the way. Now, when it comes to what happened after that in India, is that the Bharata clan of King Sudas became the all-powerful, all-conquering clan in the subcontinent. And they said that, we have our own way of worship. We create these falcon-shaped altars. We invoke Lord Agni to be the witness and the messenger of the gods. And we give offerings to the gods through the medium of Lord Agni, right? So the Bharat clan said that from now onwards, everyone's gods are welcome in the yagnas. If you have some private god, if you have some tribal god, if you have some clan god that we have not been worshipping, you are welcome to come to our sacrificial fire, to our yagna. You're welcome to give offerings to your gods in the same fire that we give offerings to our gods in. And that's how so many more local traditions were incorporated into the corpus of what we now call Hinduism. That's thousands of years ago. That's how we became such an incredibly diverse civilization with so many gods and goddesses and so many different traditions, so many village gods, so many nature gods, so many spirit gods, hill gods. These are all now part of the Hindu tradition. This happened over a period of thousands of years. And this social contract happened in the aftermath of the Battle of the 10 Kings, when King Sudas decided to be magnanimous and he decided to be a unifier as opposed to being a divider. Now that I've defeated my enemies, I'm going to unify everybody. We all come together. We will all exist as one. That was the deal. So if you understand that, you will understand that there is no pinnacle of Hinduism. We are all diverse. We have all kinds of traditions, but they are all part of our very ancient heritage. So there's no pinnacle of Hinduism. Everything is the pinnacle. Okay? Skeptical Potato says, have you read or watched Project Hail Mary? Could something like astrophage exist? Why do you think the quality of sci-fi in India is abysmal? Low budget? I have read Project Hail Mary and I have watched Project Hail Mary. I'm a sci-fi guy. I love sci-fi. And Andy Weir's books are a refreshing breath of fresh air in the landscape of sci-fi. So I read The Martian first, and then I watched The Martian. That's his first book, and it was a movie, right, as well. Yeah, it was a great movie. And then he came out with a second book, which I did not read. And then he came out with Project Hail Mary. So I read that. And then I said, okay, it's a great read. Better watch the movie when it comes out. And it came out, and I watched it a month or so ago. Great book and pretty good movie as well. I enjoyed the movie. So there's something called astrophage, right? Uh, it's an organism, a microscopic unicellular organism that consumes stars, right? And the underlying physics behind this biological organism is the conversion of matter into energy, mass into energy, which obviously is predicated by the most famous equation in physics, E equals mc square. Could something like that exist? Well, theoretically, it could exist, I suppose. It could. Yeah. It could potentially exist. An organism that has figured out a way to convert mass directly into energy, right? And energy into mass potentially. So you reproduce that way. So you consume stars and you reproduce that way. And that's how, that's how it could potentially exist. There's nothing in the laws of physics that says that this can't exist. So potentially it could exist. Now, what do I think about the quality of sci-fi in India? Do we make sci-fi movies in India? I'm not aware of any sci-fi movies in India. Do we have any sci-fi movies? There must be some movies with aliens or whatever. What was that? There was this Hrithik Roshan movie from long ago, which I was supposed to watch, but I ended up never watching, and I'm pretty glad I never watched it. There was an alien, which I think it was inspired by ET or something. It is a knockoff of ET. It's a rip-off of ET in some kind. Hrithik Roshan from like 20 or so years ago. More than 20 years ago. Whatever. So I'm not aware of any Indian sci-fi movies apart from that Hrithik Roshan movie. And there was something called Ravan, Shahrukh Khan. That was, I believe, sci-fi. So why is the quality of sci-fi in India so abysmal? Because, see, to make great sci-fi, you have to first of all love science. These Indian directors, etc., what do they know about science? I wonder. Right? I mean, the quality of horror in India is abysmal. I've seen a long time ago some movie called Bhoot or something. Urmila Matondkar was there. It relied on just jump scares. There's nothing scary about the movie apart from jump scares and weird stuff and all that. True horror is psychological horror, but so I don't know why it's like that. It's not low budgets. In Indian movies have tremendous budgets these days, at least. I think it's the quality of the directors, I suppose. The quality of the filmmakers, the quality of the directors is going to determine the quality of the movies. Yeah. When it comes to horror movies, I've heard that Tungbad is incredibly good, but I've still not watched it. There's this friend of ours who comes sometimes and reminds me to watch it. I still haven't watched it, Tungbad, but I hear that it's a fantastic, like world-class horror movie. So it seems like there are some good directors on the scene, but I don't know if they're getting the right amount of funding or whatever. Right. Okay. Ganapati says, Surya Kant and other top judges of the Indian Supreme Court are all members of Freemasons. Any civilizational change requires a total purge of the judiciary. No comments. I do not speak about the judiciary. There's one more thing I don't speak about. Yeah. So no comments about this. No comments whatsoever. And I'm not aware of whatever it is. Yeah. Yeah, right. Right. So what do I not speak about? I don't speak about Indian politics. I don't speak about the Indian judiciary. It's best to stay out of these matters, at least for me. Anuj Kumar Sharma says DeepSeek V4 Pro 1.6 trillion parameters, 1 million context, $0.87 output, uses 10% KV cache and 27% compute versus V3.2 because can't get chips versus India. So we can versus India we can import no innovation. So you have V4 Pro that's been released recently, a month or so ago, right? DeepSeek V4. They have DeepSeek V4 Flash. They have DeepSeek V4 Pro. 1.6 trillion parameters. 1 million tokens context. I'm sure it's 200,000 tokens working memory, but that's fine. And it's pretty cheap compared to Anthropic and OpenAI models. Pretty cheap comparatively. $0.87 output per million tokens, I suppose. Uses 10% KV cache, 27% compute versus V3.2 because can't get chip. Because the Chinese can't get the high end NVIDIA chips, though, so they have to make do with whatever they have. And India, we can import, so no innovation. So the Chinese are being constrained by the Americans. They can't acquire, they can't purchase the top end, the high end NVIDIA chips. So they have to make do with lower end NVIDIA chips, which is why they are innovating and they're making do with what they have and still, creating, producing models that are almost on par with the frontier models in America. Right. So there are issues in India. There is no innovation. There is no appetite for risk in India. I mean, venture capitalists want fund risky ventures, right? So there are all these problems in India. There's a severe lack of innovation in India. Severe lack of innovation. The folks with the money have made money through the old ways, arbitrage, labor arbitrage, and all those rotten ways. And they simply don't want to take risks. They have never bothered to create any real products in India. So yeah, the Chinese government encourages risk taking. It encourages innovation. In India, it's all red tape, bureaucratic stuff, and all that. So no innovation in India thus far, unfortunately. Rajat says in the Large Hadron Collider, 27 kilometers is equal to 4 meters for protons traveling at 29% of the speed of light. Probably, yeah. Length contraction. What's the Lorentz factor in this? Square root of 1 minus v squared by c squared. Then you multiply that by L. Okay, let's ask. I don't have pen and paper. I mean, I have, but I'll not do the calculations here. You need to be able to see it. So let's ask our friend Google. What is the Lorentz factor square root of 1 minus v squared by c squared at 99% the speed of light? Come on, do it. Calculate. The Lorentz factor is approximately 7.0888. Yeah, okay, we get it. Okay, it's the inverse of that. Okay. So what is, there we have it. This is the thing. So we are here on the curve when it comes to v equal to 0.99c, right? Thank you. What is the length contraction at this speed? Let's have our AI friend calculate that for us. So a 100-meter spaceship would appear 14 meters long. So at 99% the speed of light, an object contracts to, okay. And what if v is equal to 0.999c, which is 99.9% of the speed of light? So in that case, a 100-meter spacecraft will appear 4.47 meters long, right? 4 meters long. So 100 meters becomes 4.47 meters. And what if the length is 27 kilometers? Okay, let's see now. So if it's 27 kilometers, it will contract to about 1.21 kilometers. So that's the deal. So at 99.9% of the speed of light, protons will feel like they are traveling in a tunnel that is about 1.4 or whatever kilometers long, not 27 kilometers long. That's how it goes. So to calculate the Lorentz factor, which is 1 divided by square root of 1 minus v squared by c squared, and then you apply that to the length, and that's how you calculate it. All right. D. Kalashnikov says West Bengal government has ordered holding centers in every district for illegal immigrants. Some speculate this will be applied to every state. It's finally happening. It is finally happening. I hope so. The people of India deserve justice. The people of India deserve a nation that is free of tens of millions of illegal invaders, immigrants, right? Who who represent all kinds of risks to India. So I hope this is finally happening. I hope it's finally happening, right? One hopes there is finally light at the end of the tunnel for India. It's me, Brain Griffin says, how to prepare for another pandemic, financially stable and grow. Things to you learned during pandemic that will help next time. I stopped all social media. Thank you. Okay. How to prepare for another pandemic? Well, I hope no other pandemic happens, first of all. COVID was painful. COVID was painful for the entire world. It was painful to each person individually in their own unique way. It was painful for everybody. Being under lockdown for weeks, months, horrific, horrific. Destroyed so many businesses and so on. So how do you prepare for another pandemic? Well, first of all, you need to have a decent amount of savings. That's important, first of all. You need to hopefully have sources of income that will continue if there's a lockdown, irrespective of whether there's a lockdown or not. You need to have that, right? And you need to stock up on non-perishable foods, I suppose. Yeah, if there's a lockdown, you may run out of fresh food for a while. So you've got to. So what are the basic things you need? You need to have some reasonable amount of savings. You need to have at least one or two sources of income, at least one source of income that will continue no matter what happens. Even if there's a lockdown, it should continue. And you need to stock up on non-perishable foods. Yeah. And you need to have your gas connection, water, all that, electricity connection, internet connection. If you have that, you will be fine if there's a pandemic. And you need to be in good health. So take care of your health so that even if you catch whatever virus it is around, you survive that. You need to have good health. So take care of health, and if you have all these basics right, you should be okay. But one hopes there's no pandemic, because it's seriously painful. Pandemics. Ugh. Yeah. Vinay says, why have border with Bangladesh 4,000 kilometers when it can be 1.2 thousand kilometers? I have no idea. Why have border with Bangladesh 4,000 kilometers when it can be 1.2 thousand kilometers? Let me take a look at the map. What are you referring to? Let me try and figure out. So we have a border of 4,000 kilometers apparently with Bangladesh. Is that what you're saying? Okay. So you are saying it should be reduced to 1.2 thousand kilometers. Well, let's reduce it then, if it can be reduced. So how do we reduce it? We draw a straight line from here to here, take away Rangpur and all that. Yeah. We take away the Chattogram region. Then we can significantly reduce the border, right? The length of the border. So maybe the government of India should look into the possibility and the feasibility of when it can be done at the earliest. Okay. Okay. Ganapati says, Sitaram Goel ran CIA funded Voice of India propaganda. Sitaram Goel ran CIA funded Voice of India propaganda and brought crypto Jews like X, Y, and Z to cosplay as Hindu nationalists and infiltrate our right wing. And the Jews are idol breakers, you say. Okay, I have no understanding of this. I have no knowledge of these matters, so I shall not comment about them because I don't know about any of this. Okay, all right. Interesting, but is this really true? Okay, if you say so. I cannot possibly comment about this because I have no knowledge of what you're claiming here, sir. I don't know. RE 1468 says, why does Rajasthan have beautiful forts and grand architecture like some European countries, like Italy and Germany and France, etc., while other Indian states don't have as much of this? See, every part of India has its own unique history, the way things unfolded over time. Right? So there was a time when Rajasthan came under the dominion of the Mughals, of the Turks, the Timurids, and you still had various local kings who resisted that, and they had to build forts, defensive fortifications like the Chittorgarh fort, etc. And when you build a fortification fort, you try and make it aesthetic, right? I mean, you have no choice but to make defensive fortifications, but the best you can do is, make them pretty, make them aesthetic. So I suppose that's why you have this in Rajasthan. In Maharashtra, for example, you also have forts in Maharashtra, but those are more utilitarian forts. They are typically on top of the various hills and mountains, the Western Ghats, Sinhgad, and so many more, right? So those are more utilitarian. Those were military defensive fortifications. But the Rajasthan forts were also residences, long-term residences. So if you are going to have entire families and entire communities living there, you can make them prettier and so on. So probably that's the reason why. Yeah. Pradeep Kumar Roy says difference between US and Russian mindset, Orthodox versus Catholic Christians, accelerating the original sin and asking for forgiveness versus stopping the Antichrist. So I'm not very familiar with the different versions of Christianity. For me, it's all the same. But the Orthodox Christianity is the Russian Orthodox Christianity is more, it's kind of similar to Greek Orthodox Christianity. Greece obviously is an ancient civilization. They used to be polytheists until polytheism was destroyed in Greece, and Christianity was imposed on them on the Greek people by force. And the same thing applies to the Russians. They also used to be polytheists until Christianity was imposed upon them by force. So the Russians and the Greeks have Orthodox Christianity, which still has elements, you could say, quasi polytheistic elements in them, right? You still have that. And when it comes to Catholic Christians, how does it go for the Catholics? There are Protestants, there are Catholics, there are the Orthodox Christians. The Catholics are probably one of the oldest branches of Christianity, right? So what is original sin? Original sin is when an evil woman, Eve, she ate an apple, right? Women are evil according to Christianity. So it is a woman who did the original sin. She ate an apple. It was a snake who told her that eat the apple, it's tastier, you will gain knowledge or whatever. And then God gets angry. Mr. Yahweh gets angry and he says that you are all evil people. And I don't remember exactly what the story is, but it's the woman who is evil. And she brought original sin into humanity. So the US mindset is about accelerating the original sin and asking for forgiveness. And the Russian mindset is stopping the Antichrist. I'm not sure how it is. The Russians are very, you could say, much more conservative than the Americans. That's pretty clear. They are more traditional. They are more conservative culturally than Americans, despite being Christian. The Americans, they have Christianity, but their Christianity is really hypocritical to a very large extent. They do everything that's not allowed in Christianity, all the sins, everything that's regarded as a sin in Christianity, and then they ask for forgiveness. So I think what you're saying is mostly right. Yeah. The Americans will break all the laws of Christianity, do everything that's considered a sin, and then pray. Hey, Deus, forgive me, that sort of thing. Okay, positive coffee. Well, positive coffee, right. Positive Coffee says, fed up of no traffic rules and civic sense. Can we do something about this as civil citizens? No government efforts seen for awareness or strict actions. The root cause of the problem is the government. What can civilians do if people break traffic rules? The problem is traffic rules are not being enforced by the government. You have cops in various parts of India, but their primary duty doesn't seem to be enforcing traffic rules. Their primary duty seems to be something else. It's not their fault. They simply take orders and obey orders. It's not their fault. So the government's job is to enforce traffic rules, which means that when somebody breaks through traffic rules, they need to be stopped, they need to be fined. If they are repeat offenders, they can be their license can be suspended for 6 months, 3 years, whatever. And if they still keep on doing it, maybe they can spend a week or so in government, enjoying government hospitality. That should be done. So if you break traffic rules, punishment should be guaranteed, whatever the punishment is. That is the job of the government of India, or the state governments, or the local governments. That's their job. What can civilians and citizens do about this? Are citizens allowed to punish other citizens? No, you're not allowed to. If you try and punish your fellow citizens, you will go to jail. There's nothing you can do about this. Civic sense, why is there no civic sense? Because first of all, there's such low standards in India. The streets are dug up. There's no waste bins anywhere. So people will then eventually start dumping trash on the streets, I suppose, in some parts of India. And in some parts of India, they'll say you to segregate biological waste versus plastic waste versus that segregation. So you dutifully segregate everything. Then you will say that when they come to collect the trash, they're going to dump it all in the same container. So your segregation was just a charade for you to play. The root cause of all the problems is the abysmally low standards you have in municipalities and governments. There's nothing civilians can do about this, citizens can do about this. If you try and enforce traffic rules, if you try and punish your fellow citizens for breaking traffic rules, you go to jail. If you try and do the job of the government, you go to jail. So all you can do is just give up. And you also break the traffic rules. You also enjoy it. I suppose that's what you do in India. Standards. It's a question of standards. Standards. India is a nation of super low standards. Not because you have low standards, it's because the people who are in government have low standards. The Indian system, it seeks out and destroys talent, and it promotes mediocrity. That's what it does. That's what the system is designed to do. Ganapati says, from the Epstein files, it has become clear that all kinds of conservative ideologies are Zionist psyops. RSS was created by Chitpavan Jews. What is Chitpavan Jews? Our right wing is also compromised with regards to Israel. Now, first of all, what is Chitpavan Jews? Let me quickly take a look at this. Chitpavan Jews, what is that? The idea that Chitpavan Brahmins and Bene Israel Jewish community share an origin stems from overlapping historical myths, genetic studies, and physical similarities found in the Konkan region of Maharashtra. Okay, I have no idea about this. This is some Chitpavan Jews. Wow. I have never heard of such a thing. So Chitpavans, they have fair complexions and they have a higher prevalence of green and gray and blue eyes. Mediterranean features. What is Mediterranean features? Fascinating. But the Chitpavans are Hindus, right? They're proper Hindus. Just because they have fairer skin doesn't mean they become Jews. But you were saying they are Chitpavan Jews. I have no idea what this is. I have no idea what this is. So yeah, once again, I don't have any knowledge of these things, so I shall desist from commenting. I don't know anything about this. Chitpavan Jews and other stuff. I don't know about this. Sorry. Pratham Soni says, by your experience, advice to youngsters for great life. Raise your standards. Do not compromise your standards. Do not be content having low standards. Raise your standards in every aspect of life. Raise your standards. Just because everybody has low standards doesn't mean you have to be like them. Don't be like others. Be different. Be different. Be unique. You don't have to blend in with the goddamned crowd. Be different. It's not easy. It's not comfortable, but be different. Be better. Strive to be better. Strive to improve. Raise your standards. Tanmay Deshpande says, is Iran giving up its enriched uranium? New York Times said it. The New York, look, who's the boss of the US currently? I mean, as far as everyone believes, it's Donald Trump. He's the boss. That man, Donald Trump, lies 78 times per day in writing. He lies all the time. He will say one thing in the morning, say the complete opposite of that by evening, and he keeps flip flopping. He keeps doing all these things. He keeps lying. Last year, he said, I have obliterated and destroyed Iran's nuclear program completely, permanently. He said that. Now, this year, he says that Iran must not have a nuclear weapon. That's why I have to bomb Iran. So, were you lying last year or are you lying now? Right? He's lying. He lies constantly. You can't believe a single word that man says, Donald Trump. So, the whole, in cricket or in football, the entire team assumes the personality of the captain. Right? So the US right now is behaving like Donald Trump. They lie all the time. If the New York Times says it, it doesn't mean it's happening. Has Iran said it? Has Iran said it? Iran has said no such thing. Who is the New York Times to speak to the world on behalf of Iran? Is Iran not capable of communicating with the world? I will believe it if Iran says it. I will not believe it if New York Times says something about Iran. Tomorrow morning, some Pakistani newspaper will say something about that India has decided so and so thing. Will you believe it? Who are the goddamn Pakistanis to tell the world about what we are doing? We can communicate with the world ourselves, can't we? If the Pakistanis are saying something, most likely they are lying about it. Think critically. Learn how to think critically. The New York Times has no business communicating to the world on behalf of Iran. Right? Who they are trying to destroy. They are trying to destroy Iran and they are telling the world that Iran has decided this. Can you believe it? I don't believe it for 1 second. It makes no sense for Iran to give up its enriched uranium ever. Makes no sense. I mean, they won the war. Why will they give something up? Who won that war? Iran won the war. They took a lot of destruction, but they won the war. Why will they give something up? Ganapati says, sun is the enemy of the Zionists, Islamists, and Jesuits. Yahweh killed the sun god Ra of Egypt. The Mughals first attacked the sun temple of Multan. Only sun worship can save Hindu civilization. Okay, sir. So I am not aware of sun being the enemy of the Abrahamics. The Abrahamics. Is the sun the enemy of the Abrahamics? The opposite of the sun is, I suppose, darkness. They have a god called Lucifer, right? Lucifer means the bringer of light or the giver of light. But today, Lucifer is called Satan. It's really interesting. But anyhow, the sun, you're saying, is the enemy of the Abrahamics. And so on. And sun worship can save Hindu civilization. Okay, sir, if you say so, okay. Okay. Fast Snail says petrodollar created to make up for Vietnam War loss. Yeah, this happens around the same time, right? Possible. When was the petrodollar system created? Early 70s or something? Yeah, early 70s. Yes, very much so. So 1971 is when the US unlinks its currency from the gold standard. 1971 is where it all changes. And the Vietnam War loss happens around this time. And that's around the time that the petrodollar system is established. So, yeah. But look, the US did not really suffer greatly economically because they lost to Vietnam, or they lost in Vietnam. Their economy wasn't devastated. The petrodollar was created to make up for the unlinking of the dollar with the price of gold, actually. And maybe something to do with Vietnam, but mostly it was about establishing something to peg the dollar to. Some real world item or commodity that can be linked to the US dollar to maintain a certain value for the US dollar. Otherwise, it becomes just paper fiat currency. It still is paper fiat currency, but if you force the world to trade in oil only in US dollars, then the US dollar remains relevant and remains valuable. That's what was done at the time. The trader says, previously, I asked about writing the script on paper. Writing the script on paper versus apps like OneNote in computer. By the way, doc on Pahalgam attack and Operation Sindoor in 3D software like Blender 3D. So previously you asked about writing the script. Which script? The script. Which script are you referring to? When you say the script, it means I'm assuming you are referring to some specific script. You asked about writing the script on paper versus apps like OneNote on computer. Okay, I don't remember you asking that question because I take lots of questions, but okay. By the way, doc on Pahalgam attack and Operation Sindoor in 3D software like Blender 3D. Is there a question here? I'm not sure what you're saying, unfortunately. Doc on Operation Doc. Oh, you asking me about the script? This okay? You asked me a question in the beginning of this episode. Writing a script. It was something about writing a script, and what was the question? I don't remember now. It's been almost 2 hours. I'm not sure if I can go and search for your question again. See, to everybody, I take so many questions. Once I'm done with the question, my memory goes blank. Okay, after 1 hour, if you ask me that, that question I asked you earlier, I may not remember it. I'll remember it afterwards when I go through if I go through the entire episode again, which I don't have the time to do. But if I do that, I'll remember it. But right now, I don't. My mind is kind of blank about what was the question you asked. You asked me some question earlier. How to make a documentary or something? How to structure it? How to create a script or something? That's what you're asking. You asked me something like that, and I gave a pretty detailed answer, I think. So now you're saying writing a script on paper versus apps. It's entirely up to you. Your choice. Whatever you're comfortable with. Whatever works best for you. It's your choice. Documentary on Pahalgam attack and Operation Sindoor in 3D software like Blender 3D. Okay, I'm not familiar with Blender, so I don't know about that. Yeah, I've never used Blender. So, no, I don't know about that. Ganapati says, after doing significant research on X accounts spreading racism against Indians, most of them can be traced back to Unit 8200 and other Zio accounts. Zio. What's a Zio? What's Zio? I suppose I can guess what Zio is based on your previous questions. What's Unit 8200? I wonder what. So I'm not aware of this, but I have a sneaking suspicion it has something to do with a certain country. Not far away from us, probably in West Asia. Let's see. Unit 8200. Is it Israel? There we have it. Okay, so look. Okay. So once again, I am not aware of this, but okay, interesting. If it is the case, interesting. If it is the case, Sylvester Stallone Limited says, has India stopped third-party back talks for future war? So you are saying that we were doing third-party back talks for a future war? I don't know about this. We were doing third-party back talks with whom? Are we planning a future war against somebody? I would have known about it to some extent at least. So, if you can give a little more context, I may understand. Who were we talking with? Which war are we planning? If you don't give me context, I will not know about it, right? Are you somehow referring to Pakistan? I don't know. I don't know. No idea. Sorry. The KD Kamath says, what techniques did our ancestors use to learn scriptures by heart? I'm sure they used some mnemonic techniques or just brute force learning? I don't know about this. Even today, there are people who memorize entire texts, the Vedas, and so on. There are people who do that. I'm not sure what techniques they use. I mean, you can use mnemonics to maybe, memorize a sentence or an equation or something. But you can't use mnemonics to memorize tens of thousands of lines of text. I'm not sure how it's done. Because then eventually you're able to memorize the mnemonics too. Do you understand? When you're memorizing a corpus of tens of thousands of lines of text, if you are using mnemonic techniques where each line is unique, you're going to have to memorize those mnemonics too. It doesn't work like that. You can't. I suppose it is just brute force learning, brute force memorization, repeating over and over and over again, and only thinking about that. Over time, you will absorb it all, I suppose. I suppose when the thing you're memorizing exceeds a certain size, you just have to rely on brute force. That's what I think. I may be wrong, but I don't think there's any mnemonics involved in this. It would be very unusual because then you will have to memorize those two. How many mnemonics will you memorize? That's the question. That itself becomes a chore and a task, memorizing all the mnemonics. Then will you remember what each mnemonic stands for? So I think it is just brute force memorization. That's what it is. K23040 says, what was the economy of the Maratha Empire like? I heard they took a lot of lessons from the Arthashastra. I don't know. I am not an expert in the Maratha Empire. I haven't studied that. I have no idea what the economy was like. But of course, the Maratha Empire controlled the entire subcontinent, so the economy must have been substantially massive. It would have been the entire economy of the subcontinent. How was it administered? What kind of taxation system did we have? What kind of whatever structure was there? How was the tax collected? What was the percentage like? Was it once a year? Was it once per quarter? Was it once a month? Was it once in 3 years? All those things I am not aware of because I haven't studied the Maratha Empire in any great detail. I'm aware of the overall contours and context of it, but I am no expert in this, because once you start talking about the taxation system of an empire, you need to be a real expert in the empire's administration, and I'm not that, unfortunately. So I can't say. Sorry. I don't even know about the taxation system of the Kushan Empire or the Gupta Empire. Yeah, so I don't know. Naveen says geneticists have successfully extracted 22 autosomes from Rakigari sample and had no step autosomal DNA, and had local South Asian autosomal DNA. Scientific publications from research team from India supports Indo-European migrations. So what's the difference between autosomal DNA and chromosomal DNA and the other DNA? So autosomal DNA is the DNA from those chromosomes which are not sex chromosomes. See, we have 23 pairs of chromosomes, right? Meiosis, mitosis, you may remember that from biology classes. So we have 20. The human genome has 23 chromosomes. Our DNA gets split into 23 chromosomes, 23 pairs of chromosomes. And 2 pairs of each 23 is the sex chromosome. So for males, it is XY. For females, it is XX, right? The other chromosomes are the autosomal chromosomes, and they also contain DNA, right? So typically, your DNA is spindle shaped. That double helix structure. But when a cell is about to undergo division, or when it's about to all whatever it is, it splits into chromosomes. The DNA splits into chromosomes, and eventually, when fertilization happens and the chromosomes, all that happens, it once again unravels into single strands and so on. That's how it goes in biology. So 22 autosomes were extracted from the Rakhiuri sample, from the, I suppose, the bone inside the ear, whatever bone it is, and there was no step DNA in it. Local subcontinental autosomal DNA. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of known. It's been a while since since this happened. Yes, the Rakigari samples had no step DNA, but today lots of Indians have step DNA. Yeah, what they call step DNA. Lots of Indians have it. The Rakigari sample, which was from 4, 5, 6,000 years ago, let's say 5,000 years ago, it had no step DNA. Does it mean that there was an Aryan invasion or migration? Because the Aryans are white people and they lived in the steppes. They were wild, jungly people. They lived in the steppes. And today, lots of Indians have step DNA. What happened? What happened, sir? Sir, what happened? Was there Aryan invasion or migration? Or definitely tourism or picnic? Something happened? Not quite the case. If you, if geneticists from 2000 years in the future, they dig up skeletons in North America, they will say that by 1500 AD, you had a certain kind of DNA. By 1800 AD, you had step DNA, European DNA, right? So there was an Aryan invasion of the Americas. Then by 2200 AD, there's a lot of subcontinental DNA and so on that's mixed in. So was there an Indian invasion of the Americas? It's not the case. It's just migration, right? It's not that Indians invaded or migrated to the US. Indians immigrated to the US because the US is the most prosperous country in the world right now. So similarly, lots of steppe people may have simply immigrated to India to do business or to do jobs or to trade or whatever. And eventually they may have been absorbed into the Indian population. It means neither Aryan invasion or migration. It's immigration. Little bit. And that's not Aryans. We are the Aryans. Those were steppe people. So we have to understand the full context of this, right? I can understand steppe immigration, but it's not an Aryan immigration, it's a steppe immigration. The Arya is us. We are the Arya, not the steppe people. The steppe people were mlechas, using the term of our ancient texts. They were foreigners, they were barbarians. They did not practice Vedic rites properly. They were mlechas. And some of them immigrated to India. So it was a mlecha immigration to India. It was not an Aryan immigration. Totally different. Beckenbauer says, we talk about Cholas and their conquests, but I want to hear your insights about Pandyas and Cheras. I have no insights about Pandyas and Cheras. I have not studied their history in detail. I can't say. I wish I could. They were Chola's powerful rivals. Please look into them. I can look into them as a project. It will take me a while, a few weeks at least, to read that. I can dig up books by R.C. Majumdar and whoever else, and I can look up the history of the Pandyas and the Cheras. Yeah, I could do that if I have the time or the inclination. They also were pretty significant dynasties, pretty significant kingdoms. You had three main kingdoms, right, down south in the southern part of India: the Pandyas, the Chelas, and the Cholas. And eventually, the Cholas became the predominant dynasty, the kingdom, the empire. Eventually, almost a transcontinental empire, right, for some time. But the Pandyas and Cheras eventually they go out of history, and so do the Cholas eventually as well. So the Cholas, they existed as a dynasty for about 1500 years, which is incredible. So I don't have any insights to share right now about the Pandyas and the Cheras. I have not studied their history in great detail. So unfortunately, can't say much about this right now. Sorry about that. Have you ever read Amish's books? So inspirational. I have never had the pleasure of reading his books. So yeah, never done it. Yeah. Okay, Fast Snail says, is US obliged to honor Cairo Pact to return Taiwan? I am not aware of this Cairo Pact, but I can tell you that nobody is obliged to do anything at all. You can break your commitments. The Americans had signed the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran, the Iran nuclear deal. They signed the treaty with Iran and other multiple nations. And what did they do then? They walked away from it unilaterally. We signed it, but we will no longer honor it. They could do it. The Chinese had signed a deal with the UK about Hong Kong, that Hong Kong returns to China, but Hong Kong will remain different from China. It will be one nation, but two systems. Hong Kong will have its own separate system. The Chinese had signed the deal with the UK, and a few years ago they said, we will no longer honor the deal. Do what you can. We don't care anymore. So they did not honor the deal eventually. India had signed the Indus Waters Treaty with Pakistan. What has India done? They have walked away from the deal. Nobody is obliged to honor any deal. Nobody can force you to honor anything unless you're weak. Unless you're weak. The US isn't weak, right? So, Tejas Vania says, which of the prestigious Millennium Prize problems, if solved, could benefit humanity most effectively on a massive scale? Do you think the P versus NP problem could break the encryption logic behind modern security systems? What are the different Millennium Prize problems? One is the Navier-Stokes equation thing. One is let's see a list of the problem first of all. What are the Millennium Prize problems? Please provide a list. And Google's AI will do that. The Riemann hypothesis, P versus NP, Navier-Stokes existence and smoothness, Young-Mills existence and the mass gap. Yes. I remember Mary had asked this question about Navier-Stokes and Young-Mills. Yes. The Hodge conjecture, Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture. The Poincaré conjecture is solved now, of course. Grigory Perelman has solved it. So you have 6 remaining problems. The Riemann hypothesis, that's mathematics. So it's not going to benefit humanity as such. It's going to make mathematicians very happy and give us deeper insights into, the way our universe is made up. The makeup of our universe, right? P versus NP, computer science once again. P versus NP problem, then Navier-Stokes, Young-Mills existence, Hodge conjecture, algebraic geometry. Once again, it's mathematics, pure mathematics. Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture, elliptic equations. So these are all pure mathematics problems. Young-Mills is it's physics, it's theoretical physics, it's standard model stuff. Navier-Stokes is fluid mechanics. Hodge conjecture is algebraic geometry. This one here is elliptic equations, number theory, of course. Poincaré conjecture is done. Riemann hypothesis, once again, it's pure mathematics. P versus NP is computer science. So which one of these? I think the Navier-Stokes equations, problem has the most, practical applications potentially. Once again, it is still mathematical, but it's about fluid dynamics, which has engineering applications. So these are all, pure theoretical issues here. I'm not sure which of these would really benefit humanity directly, right? P versus NP problem, would it break? Do you think P versus NP problem could break the encryption logic behind modern security systems? I'm not sure if it would do that. I'm not sure if it has applications in encryption. Not sure about that. So overall, most of these problems, if not all, are problems in either in pure mathematics like number theory, etc., or theoretical physics, and they don't have any immediate applications, engineering applications, because to benefit humanity you need to have engineering applications of some kind. So pure theoretical physics, if you make a breakthrough, maybe the engineering applications may come 100 years down the line. For example, when Einstein proposed general relativity, which was a massive theoretical breakthrough, you did not have any engineering applications for like 80-90 years. So Einstein proposed general relativity in 1915. When was GPS first? When did it first become operational? Let's ask Google. When did GPS first become operational? Not become in 1993. So it took 78 years for the first practical engineering application of general relativity. So these problems, even if they are solved, they may not yield any practical applications for decades. So I'm not sure which of these will be able to effectively benefit humanity on a massive scale. I'm not sure which one of these will. Maybe Navier-Stokes, maybe that could have, you know, the first potential applications sooner than the others potentially. Okay, Beckenbauer says, I was surprised when I learned that Sinhala was an Indo-Aryan language. How is it possible when South states are classified as Dravidian by so-called historians? Yeah, the Sinhala language is classified as an Indo-Aryan language. These days, you can't say Aryan; you have to say Indo-Aryan. Aryan, if you say it, is bad, very, very bad, sir, very, very bad. You have to say Indo-Aryan. So it's an Indo-Aryan language. I think the closest language apparently is either Marathi or Odia. How is it so? Maybe there was a migration from either Odisha or Maharashtra or wherever to the island of Lanka, and these migrants may have established a kingdom. I think the legendary King Kumar, the founder of Lanka, may have been a migrant. Yeah, from either Odisha or Maharashtra or wherever. So yeah, I don't know what Sinhala sounds like. I'm sure it sounds like either Marathi or Odia or similar at least. Yeah, and it's classified as an Indo-Aryan language. So it's further south than all of the southern Indian states, but yeah, that's what it is. So this entire Aryan-Dravidian classification, it's a bucket of BS in my opinion. Our historians, whenever we will have some proper self-respecting historians and linguists, we will need to uh, you know take a proper fresh look at Indian linguistics from scratch a priori, without bringing into account all the baggage of the linguistics that's been formulated by the Westerners on our behalf, on our languages. We don't need that. We need to reformulate, re-examine our linguistics a priori from first principles. For that, we will need young, confident researchers, linguists who are not carrying the baggage of colonialism. Right now, all our linguists carry the baggage of colonialism. All are saddled with an inferiority complex and all that. That's the problem. Samrat Chakraborty says, do you like sci-fi horror? The Thing, Alien, any recommendations? I am not a big fan of horror overall, but I like sci-fi. And I've watched The Thing, I've watched the Alien. I've watched Alien. I think I've watched Alien when it first came out, or a year or two after that. Which means I was a kid when I watched Alien. It frightened the hell out of me. I was like maybe 4 or 5 years old. Watched Alien. Frightening thing. Yeah, and then later I watched it again. And then I remember, oh, I've seen this movie as a kid. It was frightening. Yeah, so it brought back memories of being a very, very young, very small kid. So the second time I watched it was when I was like, I don't know, 10, 12 years old. The first time must have been when I was like 3 years old, maybe. So yeah, scary. That scene, that one scene, the dinner scene, scary as hell. The Thing, another fantastic movie. John Carpenter, fantastic movie. The Thing. The special effects are amazing. So yes, I like sci-fi movies. I don't mind sci-fi horror. The Thing and Alien. Can I think of any other sci-fi horror movies? The Abyss, is it a horror movie? I'm not sure if it's a horror movie. The Abyss. That's also sci-fi. I mean, that's also sci-fi with aliens, underwater, undersea aliens. The Abyss. That was a good one. What else? I can't think of any other sci-fi horror movies. I can think of lots of sci-fi movies. Yeah, so I'm a big fan of sci-fi. Horror, not a big fan of horror as such, but I don't mind sci-fi horror. Which, yeah. And there's Alien, then there's Aliens. There's a scene. There's this little kid called Newt, and she is in water, and the what's it called? The alien creature, it comes from behind her. That's a scary scene, iconic scene, right? It's in either the second part or the third part of Aliens. Yeah. Okay. Abhinav says ASML exports is controlled by Netherlands, EU, and its allies. How did the US allow India to get the flagship 300 wafer ASML machines? The US must be fine with it for some reason. And I suppose these machines need maintenance. They need spare parts from time to time. So if you ship one of these machines to India, it means you can get to control India. If India doesn't play by your rule book, you will stop supplying spare parts for the machine, and then your entire production line gets sabotaged. It grinds to a halt. Have you thought of that? So photolithography machines need spare parts. I'm sure they do. They're like any other machine. It's not like you install it once and then run it for the next 50 years. It will need upkeep, it will need maintenance, it will need technicians, it will need experts, it will need spare parts. So you're fully dependent continuously on the West, on the Netherlands, on the EU and its allies, and its overlord, the US. It means you've got India by the initiative. You see, that's how it works. Amisha Mishra says 500 years of Mughals. One thing you like about them. The one thing I like about them is that they were defeated by the Marathas. The Marathas, the great Marathas, defeated the Mughals. That's what I like the best about them. They were defeated. Vinay K22 says, whatever US models do, Chinese that 3 to 4 months later. You're talking about AI models, LLMs, large language models. So whatever the US models do, the Chinese do that 3 to 4 months later. Even open source them. China to commoditize them. In the end, it's about energy infra or chips. So yes, the Chinese, they are playing catch up with the US, but they're doing a great job of playing catch up with the US, and they're not ashamed to play catch up with the US. They're not ashamed to do that, because eventually, once you start copying and you copy really well, eventually you can surpass those who you are copying. So there's no shame in copying, right? That's the way you get better at stuff. I mean, how do kids learn things? They learn by imitating and copying, elders. So whatever the US models do, the Chinese do that 3 to 4 months later. Yeah. And they open source the models. The Chinese open source it. And the Americans are claiming the Chinese are trying to reverse engineer the American models and whatnot. Yeah. So the Chinese copy that, and then they open source the models. I mean, you can just download the models into your laptop or your machine and run it natively and run it locally. Without the internet, you can run a top quality, near frontier quality AI model on your machine if you have the hardware for that. Yeah. You can do it privately as a private person. So yeah. So in the end, it's all about energy, infrastructure, chips. Yeah, it's all about that. Yeah. You need so if you want to train models to imitate an American model, right, you need a tremendous number of chips, like tens of thousands of GPUs will need, right? You need and those GPUs are not standalone GPUs. They come inside those boxes, computers, and you need to power them up, which means you have a tremendous amount of electricity for that. You need to have a tremendous amount of cooling systems for that, right? So it's about energy, it's about the infrastructure for that, tens of thousands of GPUs running in parallel. And the GPUs are chips. They're chips, right? NVIDIA chips or whatever, but they're chips. So it's about energy, it's about infrastructure, it's about chips, and it's about the initiative. It's about the appetite for risk. It's about the investment you need for this. Let's say you want to buy 10,000 GPUs. A single GPU is a lot of money. Just one GPU, if you want to buy for your machine, you can do that. Costs a good amount of money, one GPU, right? So let's say we want 10,000 of those. It's going to cost a few $1 million, maybe a few tens of millions of dollars, depending on which kind of GPU you're buying. Then you need to house them in a server farm. You need to have a building for that. You need a lot of electricity, energy for that. You need to have cooling systems. So you need to be able to procure all of this. So that's what the whole game is about. Pavan Pranav Reddy says COVID 2.0 with hantavirus and the Ebola spread. It's kind of concerning. There's an Ebola virus outbreak right now happening, I think, in Western Africa, right? Where exactly is it happening? Let's find out. Ebola outbreak. Come on, here we go. Republic of Congo and Uganda. So it's Republic of Congo and Uganda. Africa summit in India is postponed over Ebola outbreak fears. Oh my goodness, there's an Africa summit in India. We better postpone that. We better postpone that. We don't want any of that coming here. No disrespect to our African friends. We would like an African summit with them, but maybe not now. Not a good idea. So where is Uganda and Congo? So Congo is DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. That is Congo. And here is Uganda. So it's Central Africa, not far from Eastern Africa. Good gods. This is not far from Eastern Africa. Uganda is on the border of Kenya and Tanzania, which are Eastern African countries, which is frightening now. So you have an Ebola outbreak in Uganda and the Congo. That is very concerning. The last thing you want is this outbreak to escape beyond one continent. I don't even want it to reach Eastern Africa, the shores of Eastern Africa. It's very concerning. Ebola has a 40+% mortality rate. Let's double check what I'm saying. Let's fact check what I just said. I think it has a mortality rate in excess of 40%. So, what's the typical mortality rate of Ebola? Let's ask again. What is the typical mortality rate of Ebola? 50%. Oof. So I was right. It is in excess of 40%. It's approximately 50%. Approximately half the people who are affected by Ebola, they die. And past outbreaks fluctuate between 25 to 90% depending on the specific virus strain. The Zaire Ebola virus, the most common and deadliest species, has mortality rates ranging from 60 to 90%. Oh. Okay, so if you get early supportive care like aggressive intravenous fluid replacement, maintaining electrolyte balance, and treating concurrent infections, that drastically improves survival rates compared to untreated cases. What are the symptoms of Ebola, I wonder? Ebola symptoms. What do you get? Sudden high fever, headache, fatigue and weakness, muscle joint pain, sore throat. Phase 2, watery diarrhea, severe vomiting, stomach abdominal pains, chest pain, red rash, eye and vision problems. Then bleeding and bruising, bleeding, neurological issues, impaired kidney and liver function, multi-organ failure, shock and delirium. I think if you can contain the phase 2 symptoms by replenishing the electrolytes and giving IV fluids, I think you may not have to progress into phase 3. So yeah, it's a pretty frightening virus, Ebola. It's right now, there's an outbreak in Central Africa, not far from East Africa, which East Africa is the Indian Ocean, the Indian Ocean coast. We don't want it to reach there. And this hantavirus as well. So yeah, one hopes these things are contained. One hopes the WHO does what it is supposed to do. Yeah. I hope this is all contained quickly. Scary. Varinder Singh says, please talk about Helmand civilization. Was it Indic? So in India, when we discover a new archaeological site, we say, oh, it's a new civilization. Kiladi civilization, Dwarka civilization, Indus Valley civilization, Chandraketugad civilization. Every new archaeological site is a new civilization apparently in India. So when you discover ruins on the shores of the Hetumant river, you say it is the Helmand civilization. The Hetumant river is now called the Helmand. It's found in Gandhara, Afghanistan. and it flows into Afghanistan from further north. Let's take a look at our friend the map. Okay, it's now called Helmand. It was originally called the Hetu month, and before it was called the Hetu month, it was called the Setu Bandh. What was it called? The river. What was it called? So today it's called Helmand. That river. Before it was called Helmand, it was called Hetu month. Before it was called Hetu month, it was called Setu Bandh. Means a river with a dam on it. Let's if you don't believe me, let's ask Wikipedia, who is always biased against India, right? Helmand River. Let's see. Come on. Let's see. Helmand River, the longest river in Afghanistan. Etymology: it comes from the Avestan language Hetumant, which means dammed or having a dam. Okay, and the word Hetumant is cognate with Sanskrit Setumati, Setuband, whatever. Originally Sanskrit, right? So the Helmand River, as you can see, it flows across Afghanistan. What was Afghanistan called historically? It was called Gandhar. What was the place? What was Gandhar known for? Well, for one thing, it was known for Mr. Shakuni and his sister Draupadi. I'm sorry, his sister Gandhari. I'm sure she had an actual name, but we remember her as Gandhari. Means the lady from Gandhar. Was she Indic? Was her brother Mr. Shakuni Indic? Of course they were Indic. So if you find ruins, ancient ruins from 4,000-5,000 years ago on the banks of the Hetumand, of the Helmand, what does it mean? Of course it was Indic. Of course it was Indian. Gandhara was historically Indian for thousands of years. Right? The Pashtuns, they still speak an Indian language. How do I know that Pashto is Indian, not Iranian? Because most people will say Pashto is an Iranian language, Iranic language. So why do I claim Pashto is an Indic language, not Iranic? Have you heard of the retroflex sound? The retroflex sound is found only in Indic languages. In French, you say the. In India, you say da, ta, da. These are retroflex sounds, where the tip of your tongue, it will hit the top of your palate, the roof of your mouth. Da, ta, da. These are retroflex sounds. Pashto has retroflex sounds. Parsi or Persian has no retroflex sounds. So therefore, QED, Pashto is an Indian language. It's an Indic language. When you listen to Pashto, you can actually make out some of the words and what they're talking about sometimes. And the pronunciations, especially the retroflex pronunciations, are Indian, clearly Indian pronunciations. So even today, the Pashtuns are Indian. They may not like say that they're Indians because they were converted 1,000 years ago, whatever. But whatever, facts are facts. Genetically, they are indistinguishable from the northern Indian population, right? So that's okay. So what about the Helmand civilization? I don't know the details of it, but it was in Afghanistan, which means it was Indian. As simple as that. Afghanistan, until the past 1,000 years, was 100% Indian, culturally, civilizationally, genetically. Now it is only Indian genetically. Only some of them, because lots of Turks have now settled into Afghanistan. People of Turkic ancestry, like the Uzbeks, like the Turkmens, like the Kyrgyz. The Hazaras are not Turkic, they are Mongolic. That's a whole different story. That goes back to the 13th century, the origin of the Hazaras. But the true Afghans, the Pashtuns, are Indic. Lippy the Lion says, can black holes have different entropies? Is only mass, charge, and spin the essential permutations to set them apart, or could it be the same from within? Can black holes have different entropies? Yes. No two black holes, well, theoretically, two black holes can have the same entropy if they have the same mass. Okay. So what does the entropy of a black hole depend on? First of all, what is entropy? So that everyone understands what we are discussing here. What is entropy? Entropy, the entropy of a system. What's a system? A system is a closed off part of the universe. It's a subset of the universe. Let's say I have a box which I close, so all the air molecules in the box are shut off, are cut off from the rest of the world. So it's a closed system, so to say. It's not a thermodynamically closed system because heat from outside can come in, but it's still a closed system. So if you have a closed system, like the room I am in, entropy is the measure of the disorder in that closed system. So if you look at my background, it's a pretty orderly background. The books are all nicely arranged. Yeah. The curtains are all also properly arranged. My dinosaurs are sitting up here. Come here. I'll bring one of them here. And this is not a dinosaur. It's a. The others are dinosaurs. So it's all nicely arranged. It's very orderly, which means the entropy in this room is low. Low entropy, low disorder. It's a highly ordered room. What if this room was completely in a mess? Books strewn around, wires all across the floor, dust flying everywhere. It's a super messy system then, right? High disorder. So high entropy. So that is what we mean by entropy. Now, black holes are thermodynamic objects, which means they have entropy. And the entropy of a black hole is directly proportional to the surface area of the black hole. So does a black hole have a surface? Black holes don't have an actual physical surface, but they have a conceptual surface, which is the point of no return, which is what we call the event horizon. So the event horizon is the surface of a black hole. Okay, we can think of it that way. If you cross the event horizon, if you're falling inside, you will never know that you've crossed it. Okay, you will know. There's no signpost that, hey, you are crossing the event horizon, nothing. But it is there. You can't see it, you can't feel it, but it's there. And that's the invisible boundary of no return. So the surface of the event horizon, surface area, that is what the entropy of a black hole is directly proportional to. You can divide the surface area of a black hole into Planck areas and so on. It can be long story. So I'll not go into those details. And so now the surface area of a black hole is directly proportional to the mass of a black hole. Okay, because the radius of a black hole is a function of the black hole's mass. How do I know the radius of a black hole? I have a simple formula. R is equal to 2mg by c squared. 2mg by c squared, where c is the speed of light, 2 is 2, m is the mass inside the black hole, and capital G is Newton's universal gravitational constant. 2mg by c squared is the radius of the black hole. If I know the radius, I can calculate the surface area of a black hole. What's the surface area of a sphere? Surface area pi r, what is it? Let me surface area of a sphere. What's the surface area of a sphere? Yeah, 4 pi r squared. 4 pi r squared is the surface area of a sphere. So your entropy is going to be proportional to 4 pi r squared, where r is given by 2 mg by c squared. So if two black holes have different radiuses, they have different entropies. As simple as that. And the only factors that matter for a black hole are mass, charge, and angular momentum. And angular momentum is spin. Yeah, spin. That's it. So you can construct a black hole in any shape or form that you want. You can feed only photons to it, it'll grow. And you can take a different black hole and feed it only protons or electrons, and it'll grow. And they can both have the same size, and they will have the same entropy, but they were constructed totally differently. Okay, so it doesn't matter what's inside, what went inside. All that matters is mass, charge, and angular momentum. That's all that eventually matters. Abhishek Srivastava says, how and why ice cream was invented? Is it India or China? Was it India or China? I don't know the history of ice cream, my dear friend. It is said that Alexander the Greek, when he destroyed Persia, he was eating ice cream or something. Yeah. Let's ask our friend Google, did Alexander eat ice cream? Did Alexander of Greece eat ice cream? Let's see. Yes, Alexander the Great ate an ancient version of ice cream. On his military campaigns, he famously enjoyed mounds of fresh mountain snow mixed with ingredients like honey, nectar, and fruit juice to create a refreshing sweet treat. Right. So yes, he ate a form of ice cream or maybe sorbet. So maybe it's the our friends the Greeks who invented ice cream. I don't know. Maybe we also did that back in the day. Maybe long before Greece existed. Maybe our ancestors were eating, you know, honey and snow together with fruits. It's possible. We also had snow up north. Plenty of snow, if believe you me. Right. Okay. Sagnik Acharya says, Tsar. My view is that we will always play catch up in AI, microchips, etc. But next big revolution comes from quantum computing and its applications. Do we need to double down on it? Is the quantum city in Andhra a step in that direction? How do you view this? Will quantum computing transform the world the way AI is transforming the world right now? That's the big question we have to think about. So, how is, first of all, quantum computing different from regular computing? We use computers all the time now. It's part of our daily lives. Anybody who has a smartphone has a computer, right? If you have a laptop, you have a computer. If you have a smartphone, you have a computer. If you have a tablet, you've got a computer. And essentially, everybody has smartphones today. Nobody has dumb phones anymore. So we are all using computers. These are standard computers. We could call them classical computers, even though they use quantum effects. But these are standard computers. You have quantum mechanical effects that are being leveraged, like, semiconductors and all, transistors, etc. Very small scale. But these are classical computers, so to say. Quantum computers are totally different because in classical computers we use bits and bytes. We use binary operations, binary logic, and nor NAND gates and all that, right? Binary logic, it's what we use. So we, the logic is either one or zero. At the very basic level, the logic is all about ones and zeros. 1 0, either yes or no. That's it. So a bit, which is the basic thing in our computers, it can be in one of two states only: 1 or 0, yes or no. That's it, nothing else. In quantum computers, you have qubits, quantum bits, and these can be in states of yes, no, or yes and no, of 1 or 0, or 1 and 0 at the same time. They can be in superpositions. They can be entangled together. You can create vast multi-dimensional spaces within the computation, within the computer, where you can do incredibly complex operations that your standard bits and bytes based computers simply can't. Qubits based computers can do tremendously complex operations that classical computers simply can't do. They can also do operations that your standard computers can do. So that's where quantum computers have an advantage over classical computers. There are certain classes of problems that your standard computers simply can't solve in any meaningful time frame, like maybe seconds or minutes or even hours. So certain operations may take years, but a quantum computer can solve them within seconds potentially. So that's the deal with quantum computers. They can even break potentially any kind of encryption, because typically, if you want to defeat encryption, if everything else fails, you use brute force methods, and brute force methods can take hours, days, weeks. But a quantum computer can blast through brute force methods using superpositions and entanglement and all that in probably seconds or minutes, which would take otherwise months or years for a standard computer to break. So that's the difference between classical computers and quantum computers. But quantum computers need to maintain superpositions and entanglements, states of superposition and entanglements, by creating quantum traps and various engineering. We have ways and means of creating and maintaining superpositions, quantum traps, etc. We do. So a quantum computer has to maintain very fragile states within it, which means it has to be really, really cold, as close to absolute zero as possible. So it's a very fragile system, a quantum computer. It's susceptible to noise, vibration, all of that stuff. Suspend it and do all kinds of stuff. So that's why quantum computers are pretty fragile systems. And they consume a lot of energy, because you need to first of all maintain a vacuum, as perfect a vacuum as possible within it, and secondly, it has to be cooled to as low a temperature as possible. So these are some of the issues with quantum computing. That's quantum computing. Now, will quantum computers revolutionize the world the way AI is revolutionizing the world? I'm not sure. There'll be certain things that they can do that other computers can't do. I suspect that if you combine the power of AI and quantum computing, that's where the true revolution lies. Now, so that's what I think is the most likely way forward. You combine quantum computing with AI with robotics. Good God, that's the breakthrough. That's the revolution in the future. Now, will India always play catch up in AI and microchips? I think next 10-20 years we'll play catch up. In microchips, we may take 10 to 15 years to catch up with the rest of the world in terms of being able to manufacture the most cutting edge microchips. It may take us 10 to 15 years, maybe 10 years, hopefully. In terms of AI, we can start catching up in the next 5 years if we become serious about it, if we can pour in a few $1 billion into it. Yeah. If we can acquire the right numbers of GPUs from NVIDIA, I don't think it's such a big problem. We already have open source models. We just need to tweak them and take them to the next level. So some of the best large language models, most capable large language models are open source. Is Kimi open source? Let me see. Kimi AI. What's 2.6, right? Which is the okay? 2.6 open source. Leading open source model in coding and agent. It's open source. It's available on Hugging Face. Do you see that? It's available on Hugging Face. You can download the damn thing. It's open source. Its weights are available. Right? You can do that. So it's an open source model. It's one of the best models in the world. What about DeepSeek 2.4? DeepSeek 2.4. Is it open source? Significant update, open source. The model weights are accessible for both research and commercial use using a custom DeepSeek model license. You can find various versions on the DeepSeek GitHub. So there we have it. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Some of the best models in the world are open source models. Take that as a starting point and iterate on top of that. Don't reinvent the wheel. So I don't think India needs to spend 20 years catching up in AI. India can catch up in 3 to 5 years maximum if we are serious about it. But are we serious about it? I don't know about that. The government, I'm not sure what they're doing in AI. The private sector needs to show some ambition. The money is there. The ambition, the hunger isn't there. So I think it's not that difficult for us to catch up quickly in AI. Microchips may take 10 to 15 years. AI we can do in the next 2 to 5 years maximum. 3 to 5 years, 2 to 5 years, whatever. Quantum computing, I mean, right now the world is quietly working on quantum computing. We should also do that. Will we have a quantum city in Andhra? I don't know about that. Quantum city in Andhra Pradesh. What exactly is this quantum city? Amaravati Quantum Valley. Dedicated quantum technology park and computing hub. India's largest quantum computer. Partnering with an American company, IBM. Fantastic. What else do we need? We have to partner with some Americans. We're going to house an American quantum system, IBM Quantum System 2, 156 qubit Heron quantum processor. Why can't we have indigenous platforms, you bloody idiots? Indigenous open access quantum computers. Okay, so we seem to have some indigenous platforms and so on. Okay, hopefully it makes a big significant difference. I hope so. I'm not aware of what's going on there, but okay, hopefully some good comes out of it. Hopefully something significantly good comes out of it. Yeah. Abhyuday Singh says, will the progress of India's newly achieved thorium-based nuclear reactor stage 2 speed up given the current energy crisis going on? No. I'll tell you why. Right now, the Kalpakam nuclear reactor has just gone critical a month or so ago. Right now, it is operating without the thorium blanket. We need it to start breeding fuel for the phase 3 reactors. It will not be able to breed new fuel until we install the thorium blanket. But before we install the thorium blanket, we need to We need to figure out how to operate it in the most efficient way possible. That takes a few months, perhaps, maybe a couple of years. Then we install the thorium blanket on it. Then it starts breeding new fuel. Okay. Now, how much fuel will it breed per year? A few grams, maybe a couple of kilograms. We need tons for stage 3. So we need lots of Kalpakam class reactors, maybe 50 of them. So if it, let's say, hypothetically breeds 1 kilogram per year, and we have 50 reactors, then we will have 50 kilograms per year. So in 10 years, 500 kilograms. In 20 years, 1 ton. You see how slow it goes? Let's say we have 100 reactors. Then we have 100 kilograms of fuel that's bred per year. So in 10 years, we have 1 ton. 1 ton is probably enough to start stage 3. But we will not have 100 reactors anytime soon. We just have 1 right now. So I think maybe 40, 50 years until we reach stage 3. To be very honest with you all. But once we reach stage 3, we have inexhaustible power. So maybe 50 years, let's say, until we reach stage 3. All right, to be very honest with you. Okay. Godliness says out of the 100 hottest cities in the world, India is about 98. All of this is about doing no urban planning, deforestation, misuse of river water, and so much more. Irony is upcoming data centers. Yeah, so it's an unfortunate situation to be in. India, the Indian subcontinent, it has very unique geographical, set of geographical characteristics. See, the fun fact is, if you cross the Himalayas and go to Tibet, everything is super cool there, even in summer. What's the temperature in Lhasa right now? Let's see. Weather in Lhasa, Tibet, 8 degrees. Tomorrow morning, it's going to be 16 degrees. Afternoon, 18 degrees. Then, okay, so it's no, okay. Saturday, 5 p.m., Sunday, 8 p.m., Monday, 11 p.m. So it's 15, 16 degrees. Right now, it's 8 degrees in Lhasa. What about Ngari? They don't know much about that. Okay, what about Kashgar? Within Kashgar, 22 degrees. 27, 31. Okay, so that's kind of warm there. 34. Ooh, is terrible hot, yes? Kashgar, Kashinagar. What else? So if you cross the Himalayas, go north, it's pretty cool there. Even if you go to Ladakh, it's pretty cool there. But you come further south, it's going to get hotter and hotter and hotter. And there's a lot of cool air in Asia, but the Himalayas stop the cool air from coming into the Indian subcontinent. Which is why once you cross the Himalayas and go south of the Himalayas, it gets really, really hot. Right? And on top of that, we are clearing forests. There is deforestation. Our cities are urban jungles with concrete everywhere, no greenery. There's no urban planning, like you say. I mean, I can show you what I mean by that. Let's see our favorite capital city, Delhi. No, Nai Delhi. Let's see Nai Delhi, shall we? What it looks like. And it's just an illustrative example. Every city is like this. So let's see our favorite city, New Delhi. What's it look like? So I'm looking at the NCR region, National Capital Region overall. I mean, do you expect, what kind of temperatures do you expect in places like this? Urban jungles. There are small patches of green here and there. But if you ever take off from Delhi or land in Delhi, and you see this, you'll see what I mean. I mean, it's frightening to see this. It's just urban jungles. It looks like Cairo. And Delhi still has a lot of green, actually. It's good to see that. The Chanakyapuri region, etc. And then you have more patches of just frightening. What is this? Remove that, please. Look at this. You live here, you're going to suffer intolerable heat. Right? So that's just one example. Just one example of how things are in the subcontinent. There's no town planning, there's no city planning, there's no urban planning. deforestation. I don't know what percentage of India is covered by forest today. Officially, it could be like 10, 15%. I don't know. Let's see. Let's ask. What percentage of India is covered by forests? Oh, come on. 21%? Really? 24%? I suppose it's on paper. If it's 24%, it's not bad actually. Even if it's 20%, it's not bad. I was imagining it'll be like 10, 12%, but okay. Rivers go dry in India. So there's so many problems. These can all be managed, All you have to do is to have ponds and lakes everywhere. Make them artificially. Everywhere you need to have ponds and lakes. The monsoons will fill them and eventually they'll become part of the landscape. Historically, we had ponds and lakes all across the subcontinent. Every village had multiple ponds and lakes. Every city had ponds and lakes. Bangalore was the city of ponds, Bengaluru. Now see what they've done to Bengaluru. So the kind of people who run India, I mean, you know what I say, right? India has the Indian system seeks out and destroys talent and rewards and promotes mediocrity. That then you're gonna see the effect of that on the entire subcontinent, on the landscape, on the weather, on the climate, on everything. Ayush Sati says, should I pursue IIM Mumbai's executive MBA given my 16-hour NSE shifts, stagnant rule, limited weekends, second batch risk, and uncertain placement package ROI? So first of all, I am not familiar with the executive MBA offered by IIM Mumbai. Do we have an IIM in Mumbai? IIM Mumbai. So we have an Indian Institute of Management in Mumbai. Okay. They have a highly sought after 2-year residential flagship MBA program. And they have a big campus, etc. Strong corporate relations and so on and so forth. So the question is, should you pursue this MBA? You have 16-hour NSE shifts, National Stock Exchange shifts, 16-hour shifts, stagnant rule, limited weekends, second batch risk, uncertain placement package ROI. I have no idea what you should do about this. What is a second batch risk? And uncertain placement package ROI, which means that once you get the MBA, once you acquire the degree, what's going to happen in the future, right? Do you get a good placement? Do you get a good package? Will it be a good return on investment? Because you're going to have to spend lakhs to get admission. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know anything about MBAs. Once you acquire an MBA, what exactly do you do? Do you become a manager in a company, or do you become a corporate big shot? How does it go? I'm not really sure. And looks like you're already working in the NSE, is it? You're working in the NSE, National Stock Exchange. Well, if you're working in the stock exchange, are you an employee in the stock exchange, or are you a stock broker? Are you a trader? What is it? So I don't know enough about you. I don't know enough about you, what exactly you do right now, whether it is good for you or not. Looks like you have a stagnant role. You're not happy with it, clearly, and limited weekends. But if you join the MBA, you're gonna have no weekends, I'm sure. So I don't really know. Without knowing you personally, I cannot give you advice. Yeah, you're gonna have to do your own research, your own due diligence, figure out the pros and cons, weigh them out against each other, understand what your actual long-term aspirations are, and whether this MBA will give you what you aspire for, and then you have to make your decision. I'm not sure. I don't know. I can't give you advice because I don't have enough information. Yeah. So I'm sorry, I can't advise you about this without knowing you personally, without knowing more information. But I will advise you to evaluate this very carefully. Take some time. Don't do any knee-jerk decisions. Take some time, think about it, evaluate it carefully, and make the right choice, sir. All the best to you. Do well. Do well. I wish you success. Chandrasekhar says, how to deal with feeling of existential loneliness. Go out, have some fun, meet people, make friends, learn martial arts, go and spar with people. All your loneliness is gone, sir. You have to take action. Existential loneliness. What is existential loneliness? I understand loneliness. What is existential loneliness? Let me ask our friend Google. AI knows everything these days. Existential loneliness. What is that? Existential loneliness is the fundamental feeling of being utterly alone in your own subjective experience. It's a realization that no one can ever fully see, hear, or understand you exactly as you are. Yeah, of course, nobody can. No one can ever fully see, hear, or understand you exactly as you are. You can feel it even when you're surrounded by loved ones. Of course. Of course. No one will ever completely, fully understand you, your perspective in the world, your feelings. Nobody ever will. Your parents want, your siblings want, your spouse want, your children want, your friends want. Nobody can fully understand you ever. They can't read your mind, can they? They can't feel what you feel. It is what it is. It's part of being a human being. Yeah. So what do? You accept it. That is not loneliness as such. Of course, that is a form of loneliness. And that has no solution. That has no solution. You can try and become one with the universe. Brahmasmi. And retreat into meditation or something, but then you will be genuinely lonely, not even just existentially lonely, but physically lonely. So I would say, you know what? It is something that affects everybody. Most people don't think about it. You clearly are a perceptive person and you recognize the fact that you are existentially lonely, that nobody will actually fully understand you. Yeah, of course, nobody will. Yeah, nobody will. It is just what it is. It's part of being human, right? It's also part of being animal. I mean, your cat doesn't care that nobody ever understands him or her. Yeah, so it is what it is. I would say go out, connect with people, do various activities, learn boxing, martial arts, sparring, take a few punches in the face, and you'll forget all the existential loneliness. That's what you do. Okay, I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm saying it is true. It's obviously it's true, and I'm aware of it. I'm aware that nobody will ever truly understand me, no matter how close I am with someone. But yeah, it is what it is. Okay, all right. You got to deal with it. You got to find a way to deal with it. You don't have to think about it too much. Yeah. So there are two things in life. There are multiple things in life. There's feeling, there's being, there's thinking, and there's doing. Do more. Do more. Focus on doing things. Right? Focus on doing things. I suppose help you and make you feel better. IPK1S says, when will you share one of your love stories? Well, certainly not today. Yes, sir, not today. Not today. Definitely not today. Rajat says, it's really funny, only 15% lactose intolerance for North Indians. He's very funny. Yes, you Northies. You very low lactose intolerance. You are all invaders. It's very funny indeed, yes. Rano Nahapana says, how did 120 Ahirs defeat 3,000 Chinese in Rizangla? Okay. Is it 1962 we're talking about? Rizangla, Battle of Rizangla. Battle of Rizangla. Is it close to Chushul? No, it's the Battle of Chushul. Because I've been in Chushul, I've seen the video there. Pretty emotional video. Was it Major Shaitan Singh? Or whatever. How did 120 Ahirs defeat 3,000 Chinese in Rizangla? I don't remember the story. What happened in Rizangla? Did we defeat them? Did we? Let's see. Battle of Rizangla. Rizangla. Okay, 120 Indian soldiers of the Charlie Company. Legendary last stand. The course of the battle. Major. Okay, yeah, this is the one, right? They all died. Our troops died. Our troops died. We didn't defeat them. We lost. Exactly. It's near Chushul, right? I've been to Chushul. I've been to the Rizangla Memorial there. If you go to the Rizangla Memorial in Chushul, uh, you get to see a like 20-minute documentary over there, and it's narrated by Amitabh Bachchan, Shri Amitabh Bachchan ji, and it's a very emotional thing. It's in Hindi. Yeah, I have seen people weep when they see that. So we didn't defeat them. We lost. Our guys died. They died gallantly. They gave up. They refused to run from there. They fought till the very end. Okay, but it was a defeat. They all got killed. Like 114 out of 120 died. That's not a victory, right? We didn't defeat the Chinese. But yeah, it was incredible bravery. It was Veer Gati, like we say. And yeah, so I don't remember the details of it. That was like 2 years ago that I saw the movie, the film. But yeah, the Rizangla Memorial near Chushul, it's like a stone's throw away from the battlefield. Yeah, and when you travel there, I guarantee you the Chinese are watching you through binoculars. And you can sometimes see the Chinese jeeps and whatnot. Yes, and I feel we should go one of those days on a tank and take over those places. Yes. Yeah. PK etc. says, yeah, how is everything? How is he? How is everything consciousness as per Advaita? I don't know. I don't know, sir. I don't know everything in the world. How is everything consciousness? I don't know how it is. How everything is consciousness, but it says everything is consciousness. Everything is the universal consciousness, Brahman, and we are all part of Brahman. Yeah, but how is it so? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not the guy to right person to ask this question. There are many, philosophers and etc. who can answer this question far better than me. So I don't know how it is so, but it is so as per Advaita Vedanta. Varinder Singh says, Swiss company My True Ancestry. They compare your raw DNA file with samples they have from 20,000 samples from 174 civilizations and 10,000 years old. Legit, I have no idea. I am not, you know, mm, there are various DNA companies. There's this, there is National Geographic. They used to have something called the Genographic Project, like 25 years ago or something. And you could purchase a Genographic Project kit. They would mail it to you. You had to pay $100 something. Okay. And I was very tempted to do that. Let me purchase the DNA test kit, 100, 200, whatever price it cost. They'll mail it to you. You'd open the thing. You'd open the test tube. You'd swab the interior of your mouth with a cotton thing. You'd put it back in there, seal it, and dispatch it to them. In a couple of months, they will send you your entire DNA profile. And I was very tempted to do that. I wanted to understand what my deep ancestry was. At that time, I was a believer in the Aryan invasion theory. So I was like, oh, yes, my ancestors would have come from Central Asia. Yes, I am an Aryan invader. My ancestors were evil Aryans, so they must have come from Central Asia or something. From I don't know, Eastern Europe or something. Aryans, yes. My ancestors were white men, perhaps. I used to believe that back in the day. Until 2016 or something. Then my eyes were opened after I did my own research. So I was tempted to do that. But somehow, thankfully, I never actually made the purchase and do these things. And I'm glad I did not. Because these guys will take your DNA, and we don't want our DNA to be accessible to everybody. So this Swiss, okay, so is the Genographic project still on? First of all, Genographic project. So what is this? Is it still around? It was launched in 2005. The final phase of the project was Geno 2.0, whatever. So is it over now? Is it over? Has it ended? Upon retirement of the site, 1 million plus participants had joined the project, and they had donated their genome to these folks. So let me see what we have in India. So they are saying there's something called Northern Indian and Southern Indian. Not just Indian. They're trying to divide India. These people, population. So if I had donated my DNA, I would have been classified among the northern Indian population. And what's the legacy of all this? So my point is, why should we donate our DNA to these foreign organizations, and we don't know what they will do with it? There's a lot that can be done. If they have your DNA, they can weaponize that understanding and knowledge. Um, so once again, about this Swiss company, My True Ancestry, I am not aware of what they do and all, but I would ask you to consider not donating your DNA to them. What's the point? What's the point? What new insights will you gain? Oh, you're from South Asia, they'll say. Maybe they'll say you're from a certain subdomain of South Asia, maybe northern South Asia or western South Asia or whatever part of the world you of the subcontinent you're from. Beyond that, they'll give you some story about where your ancestors came from and what other population groups your DNA is similar to. Maybe they'll say you are similar to Pashtuns. Maybe they'll say you're similar to Persians. If you're from Eastern India, they'll say you're similar to the Laotian people or Thai people or Khmer people or something. Big deal. We know it anyway. What's the big deal? So I'm sure they're doing a great job. I'm sure that there were lots of DNA samples, 20,000 samples from 174 civilizations, 10,000 years old, etc. I'm sure they have all that. I'm sure it's pretty legit. But you know what? It's like letting foreigners use our data. Our DNA is the most precious data we have. I think it's not a great idea to just donate our DNA. And they'll charge you money first of all for that. So you spend it $200-300 and for the privilege of donating your DNA to them. I would rather not do that. But I'm pretty sure they must be pretty legit. Rohit says, any childhood, high school memory that you love or remember, any crush, any regret in life? Are you the same person you dreamed of being a child? I have plenty of memories. I've got millions of memories, I'm sure. Yeah. Regrets, I don't have too many regrets. Am I the same person I dreamed of being as a child? See, I'll tell you what, that I can tell you. There's plenty of stuff I can't tell you because it's personal, it's private. You should not share these things with everybody. Okay? I'll tell you what. My earliest memories of what I wanted to be as a kid. I wanted to be a pilot when I was a little toddler. I wanted to be a pilot. Yeah, I was obsessed with flying. Yeah. So that's something I wanted to be. And later on, I wanted to be Einstein or Newton or something. So am I the same person I've dreamed of being as a child? Not exactly. I'm not exactly the same person. I mean, when I was in my teens or whatever, all I wanted to do was do physics research, which means I would be in a room somewhere, maybe, surrounded by books and do research, physics research. I wanted to do something groundbreaking. I haven't done that. I've done some research in physics. I haven't done anything groundbreaking thus far. There's still time for that. Let's see. Yeah. So I am essentially the same person I was as I was a child. My path hasn't been exactly what I had wanted it to be. It's, but I'm sure if as a kid I would have seen or thought of this path that I've taken, I would not have been disappointed with that. It's a pretty interesting path I've taken anyway. And science and physics is still part of my life, and maybe one of these days I'll retire from everything and go back into full time into that. We'll see. Yeah. All right. Godliness says, observation, isn't time a simple mathematical calculation which does not have any consciousness of its own? Time has no consciousness anyway. Time has no consciousness. Time is a metronome. Tick tock, tick tock. It has no consciousness. Just sustain on the geometry of universal energy and entanglement. I don't know about universal energy and entanglement. I don't know about that. So I don't know what time is. Is it a simple mathematical calculation? I don't know. I think the less you know about things, the more certain you are, and the more you know about things, the less certain you are. I'm not saying I know everything in the world. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I don't know what time is. It's not a mathematical calculation the way I see it. I can see time from two different perspectives. One is the general relativistic perspective, and one is the quantum mechanical perspective. In quantum mechanics, time is an external parameter. It's not a calculation. It's not a calculation at all. It's a parameter which comes from outside. It's a classical parameter. It's a foreign parameter, foreign to quantum mechanics. It's put into quantum mechanics from outside. From quantum mechanics, no time emerges. It's an external thing. So there is no calculation there. It's just an external parameter. In general relativity, once again, time is not a calculation. It's a dimension. So in both pictures, time is not a calculation. It's not a mathematical calculation. And in both pictures, there is no consciousness involved in this. Right? And in both pictures, time has nothing to do with energy. And in both pictures, time has nothing to do with entanglement. And these are the two pictures I understand. I don't know. There may be other definitions or pictures or whatever, spiritual, philosophical, etc. I don't have sufficient understanding of those. In terms of general relativity, yes, time is geometrical, you could say, because it's a dimension and it's part of these, the fabric of the universe, space-time. So you could say there is some geometry in that time curvature. Yeah, there is. Yeah, time itself is curved. Yes. So that's what I can tell you. But both these pictures are incomplete. They don't actually answer the questions about what time is. Yeah, they use time. They don't answer what it is. And these are the two best theories we have, the most successful theories we have, and they don't answer the question at all. So I see the world through those two pictures. Maybe one day I'll invent my own picture or discover it, but that's all I can say. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, Ashwini Sharma asks, should we use nuclear as a source of energy for civilian purposes, as its per unit cost is much more than solar? I think it makes sense to use it only for military. Civilian. See, the French aren't stupid. 70%, I think 70% of France's electricity comes from nuclear. What percentage? Let's find out. What percentage of France's electricity is nuclear in origin? 60 to 70. Yeah, 67 to 69%. Okay, so it has 57 nuclear reactors managed primarily by Électricité de France, making the country and so on. Yeah. So for them, solar is 4%, wind is 8%, hydro is 14%, but nuclear is 67 to 69%. Fossil fuels are maximum 5%, right? And so France has been able to make it happen, and it's not that super expensive. But when it comes to India, maybe nuclear would be more expensive for us because we have how many reactors? We have about 22, 23 reactors, I think, right? France is almost 60. We should have at least 100. The more reactors you make, the cheaper it becomes. The more you scale it out, the cheaper it gets. I think a country like India should have 1,000 nuclear reactors. Okay, maybe that's going too far. Maybe 200. The more reactors we make, the cheaper it gets. So we are a nation of low ambition right now. At least we have only 22 or 23 reactors, which is why it's more expensive. And it I don't know what percentage of our energy comes from nuclear. Very little, I'm sure, right? So we need to scale it out, scale it up. But of course, solar is cheap, super cheap. We can, I suppose, generate way more electricity than we are doing right now using solar. We have a tremendous amount of sunlight in India, right? We could install solar panels all across the country. Lots of people say install solar panels all across the Thar desert. Oh, okay, sure. So we could do that. But solar panels don't last forever. Maybe they last 5 years, 10 years. Then you have to trash them. Then that becomes waste. And that becomes potentially toxic waste. That's a problem. Nuclear reactors don't have that issue. Nuclear waste is thermal waste. It's not a big issue, okay? It can be dealt with very properly. So I think we should take nuclear very seriously. Our third stage of the three-stage nuclear program is going to be the one where we have inexhaustible, virtually inexhaustible energy, we will need to have hundreds of nuclear reactors for that. So that's what we should do eventually. Harshay says, Amisha says, I read about King Harsha of Kashmir. Why he destroyed temples being a Hindu? I have no idea. I haven't read about him. I haven't read about King Harsha of Kashmir. Did he destroy temples and so on? I could ask Google, but then it's second-hand knowledge. I have not read about him personally, so I won't be able to give you an answer, unfortunately. Yeah. Nitish Kumar says, when will government spend tax money on cities instead of spending all tax money on villages? Our cities look so bad. All property sale tax goes out of city. Look, it's all about votes. The majority of the votes are still in the rural areas, so we're going to spend money there. That's the perks of being a democracy. It's all about votes, right? It's all about votes. I mean, how many parliament seats come from the cities? And how many parliament seats come from the rural areas? It's overwhelmingly rural, right? That's the answer to your question. Democracy, you have to get votes, otherwise you're not in power. So you will prioritize votes above everything else. It's as simple as that. That's how it goes. Somalia Paul says, need North Korea tech biz? Ask China. Europe, go there. Why not US? Why Narendra Modi went to Europe rather talking to the US? What exactly is your question? Need NK tech biz? Ask China. Who needs North Korean technology or business? What special technology and business does North Korea have? I'm not sure. Europe, go there. Why not US? Why Narendra Modi went to US rather than talking to the US? He today spoke with Marco Rubio today itself. He speaks with the US whenever needed. We have diplomatic relations with the US. We have business relations with the US. We have trade relations with the US. Does Narendra Modi have to personally go to the US to achieve something? I am of the opinion Narendra Modi should not go to the US as long as Trump is president. And why not go to Europe? What's wrong with it? I'm not sure what your issue is over here. I'm not able to understand what the issue is. Europe, go there. Why not US? He has gone to the US also in the past. Does he have to go to the US every day to please you? I'm not sure what you're asking, sir, over here. I'm not sure exactly. I'm sure you have a good question here, but you have not, the way you have formulated it, I'm not sure what you're asking. He does talk to the US. He does talk to Trump on the phone from time to time. Yeah. Abhay Singh says, hypothetical, what if the goat beam became PM instead of Nehru? Would India be a $200 trillion economy by now? No comments. I don't talk about, yeah. No comments about this. No comments. Sorry. Marcus Aurelius says, stealth is easy. Supercomputers to create, shaping, and unlimited testing for conductive plaint engine not critical. So put MiG-21 engines in stealth airframe. Stealth is easy. Using AI and supercomputers, I suppose stealth is not a big deal today. It can be solved. I'm sure it can be solved pretty easily today. I'm sure DRDO Aura is a stealthy aircraft, pretty stealthy aircraft. No, it's not Aura, it's Ghatak now, right? DRDO Ghatak. It's a flying wing vehicle. I think is it being mass produced now? I'm not sure. DRDO Ghatak. India's first indigenous stealth optimized UCAV. Is it being mass produced now or not? Scale down, blah, blah, blah. Procurement. It has advanced the procurement process, recommending the acquisition of 4 squadrons to formally integrate. When is it going to happen? So I think we are very close to this being hopefully inducted soon. Right? And it's a pretty stealthy aircraft. So stealth is not a big issue today, especially if you have powerful enough computers and if you can, also bring AI into the picture. Of course, we don't have our own AI, so I'm not sure. At least supercomputers we have, right? Yeah, American AI systems will not help you design stealth because they will refuse. This is beyond my ambit, beyond the ambit of what I can talk to you about. But yes, stealth using supercomputers, no big deal today, I'm sure. Unlimited testing, yeah, you can you can do unlimited tests. Conductive paint, we have conductive, we have that stealth radar absorbing paint and all that. Engine not critical. I mean, the Kaveri engine, as it stands, can power the Ghatak aircraft. So put MiG-21 engines in stealth airframe. The MiG-21 engines are massive air engines, massive, massive. If you build a massive stealthy aircraft, you can put the MiG-21 engines in that. Sure. Yeah. But if you are building a smaller stealth aircraft, you will need proportionately smaller engines. So it depends. If you're building a massive aircraft, yeah, sure. Legolas says, Harsha of Kashmir, why he destroyed Hindu temples being Hindu. Yeah, once again, like I said, I am not aware of I don't know. Life as Patel. Life as Patel says, just realized the main road outside PM residence is named after Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. Yes, Mustafa Kemal Ataturk Marg. That's right. Why? What the heck? Would it take to rename it? Well, you know what? Of all the roads in Delhi, I am not too displeased about this road being named after Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. I would recommend you read the biography of Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. If you read the biography, you will say it's not a bad idea. I am actually kind of a fan of Ataturk. Yeah, kind of. To a little extent. Ataturk is actually an inspirational figure. I would recommend you read the biography of Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. Okay, then you may change your mind. You may change your mind about him. Read his biography. Biography by Mango. Biography by Armstrong. One of those two. Armstrong is the notorious biography, isn't it? H.C. Armstrong. So why is Armstrong notorious? Let me tell you a story. Okay. We had a fine gentleman in India who was an Indian nationalist. He dedicated decades of his life fighting for India's independence. He became a prominent leader in the Indian National Congress. This fine gentleman. He was a true nationalist. He was fighting for India's freedom, for India's independence. And he wanted a secular India. Genuinely, he wanted a secular India where Hindus and Muslims will genuinely coexist in peace and harmony together as Indians. Then somebody was parachuted into the leadership of the Indian National Congress artificially. That somebody was Mr. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. So Mr. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi comes from South Africa and suddenly overnight becomes a superstar in the Congress. And this fine gentleman that I'm talking about, he's sidelined. So this fine gentleman that I'm talking about, who is sidelined by Mr. Gandhi, he becomes depressed. He leaves India. And he spends a decade in exile in England. Our fine gentleman. Then our fine gentleman comes across a book. It is a biography of Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, written by an English spy named H.C. Armstrong. And our fine gentleman suddenly finds a new purpose in life. This fine gentleman's name was Muhammad Ali Jinnah. And after reading this biography of Ataturk, he decided he will support the Pakistan movement. But it doesn't mean that Ataturk was a Jinnah kind of person. Okay, you should read that biography. Then you will understand Ataturk. So of all these foreign names in Delhi, I don't really mind Ataturk actually. I don't mind Ataturk. There are all kinds of other weird names in Delhi. Okay, let me show you what you mean. What I mean by that. If you see the roads in Delhi, there is something called. Let's see, one second. So if you see the roads here, yeah, this is the forest and all that. And where is the Prime Minister's house? I'll show you. One second. Come on, zoom. Remove this nonsense. Come on. So if we look further, okay, Pradhan Mantri Sangrahalaya. Uh, okay, the Prime Minister's residence is somewhere here. Okay, somewhere here. So this is, yeah, I think this is the Prime Minister's residence, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, this here, this is the complex. This is the Prime Minister's residence, and the road here is called Mustafa Kemal Ataturk Marg. And if you see other roads, there is Safdarjung Road and Ashok Police Lane, Shanti Path. Yeah, of course. Dr. Kalam Road, which used to be Aurangzeb Road. There is Akbar Road. There is Rajaji Marg, Kamraj Marg, Maulana Azad Marg, Dara Shikoh Marg, Kushak Road, Mother Teresa something Crescent. I have no idea why. Teen Murti Marg, Vinay Marg, Satya Marg, Shanti Path, Panchashil Marg, Panchashil Marg, good God, Sardar Patel Marg. Yeah, this road along the forest is Sardar Patel Marg, Simon Bolivar Marg, Vande Mataram Marg, all kinds of weird names they have, especially Simon Bolivar and Mother Teresa Crescent or whatever it is. Why? Why? So I would not really mind the Mustafa Kemal Ataturk road. Yeah, I don't mind that. Right. I would say I would recommend read the biography of Ataturk. Then you will perhaps understand my POV. I kind of admire the guy, to a little extent at least. Marcus Aurelius says, happily using bad English plus disdain for Hindi, Sanskrit, etc. together is mental colonization. English must be mastered for commerce and is a great international language for world. E-frogs are fools. English must be mastered for commerce and is a great international language for the world. I would say Sanskrit should be imposed as the international language of the world. It's even an even greater language for the world. But for that, India will have to rise. I am not a fan of English, unfortunately, despite being a reasonably good user of this language. Yeah, I am no fan of English. English should be learned only as long as it is to be used for effective communication. I mean, look at the Chinese, look at the Japanese. Do they speak good English? Doesn't even care. But Indians have to speak good English. Why? Why? If the Japanese speak broken English, they don't feel ashamed of themselves. If the Chinese speak poor English, they don't give a damn about it. But Indians feel inferior if they don't speak proper English. That's a big problem for us. Marcus Aurelius says US offered both nuke technology and permanent seats to Nehru. Yes. Yeah. In the 1950s, there were 3 offers to India of a permanent seat in the United Nations Security Council. 3 offers. 3 offers. India refused all 3. India insisted that that seat should be given to Mao's China. Mr. Nehru insisted give it to China, not to India. You first give it to China, then we'll think about India. Okay? And in the early 60s, before the 1962 war with China, the American president, Mr. Kennedy, had offered India nuclear weapons technology. Right? And we denied that. Now, some of you will say that, you know what, these were all offers to make India a vassal. But you know what? If you deal with it properly, you will not be a vassal. So, yeah, Mr. Nehru denied all of these offers. He rejected all the offers. He rebuffed all the offers. It's me, Brain Griffin says, what is this written here? Pandemic 2028 monkeypox. Bill Gates predicted same in 18. Okay. Okay, so Mr. Bill Gates predicted everything, all these things will happen. Well, that's scary. Yeah. Ankita Kachap, good evening, ma'am. Good evening, G. How significant is the strategic partnership between Tata Electronics and ASML, Dutch company, the Dutch tech giant, for India's semiconductor industry? On the one hand, it's very significant because it's going to allow Tata Electronics to manufacture high-end chips, right? So the Indian company Tata will get ASML's lithography machines, photolithography machines, deep ultraviolet lithography machines, whatever it is. Yeah, which is the machine that is used to etch circuits onto microchips, like extremely tiny circuits. So the typical dimensions of the circuit elements are the dimensions of the size of a virus. That's how tiny these circuits are. And that's what gives microchips, microprocessors, etc., their power. So much computing power on that small little thing. So now Tata Electronics will be, once they acquire the machines, will be able to manufacture some of the best chips in the world. Very significant, of course. Very significant. Now the thing is this is going to be a foreign machine that we use, which means if it has to be repaired, if it has to be maintained, if it has to be overhauled, if it has to replace some components, we will have to keep relying on the Dutch. Netherlands is a nation that's part of the EU, it's part of NATO. It's controlled by the US. So if the US decides that the Netherlands or ASML should stop maintaining or supplying spare parts for the machine, then it all stops and our manufacturing of the microchips stops immediately. So on the one hand, it's good that we can finally manufacture high quality chips. On the other hand, we are completely under their control now. So it works two ways, both ways. And understand, please, that the Netherlands is not a sovereign nation. It's a member of the EU, which means it has lost some of its sovereignty to Brussels. It's also a member of NATO, which means it is not militarily sovereign. And it's under the control, at least partially, of the US. I mean, the US has nuclear weapons on Dutch territory. And those nuclear weapons are not in the hands of the Dutch soldiers. They're in the hands of American soldiers on Dutch territory. So foreign nation soldiers are on Dutch territory, which means it's not a sovereign nation. So yeah, that's the deal. It's complicated. On the one hand, it's good. On the other hand, it's terrible. So India will be truly independent and sovereign in terms of technology, in terms of semiconductor industry, when we have our own indigenous photolithography machines. Until then, we are kind of controlled by them. Okay, Minimalist Maverick says petition to bring back finishing schools for women. Well, I certainly want to be bringing them back. If you want these schools to be brought back, okay, you can petition government, private sector. I don't know. Not me. Not me. Marcus Aurelius says China already won Taiwan and they keep talking about it as a feint. The US will never sacrifice white folks to defend yellows with a peer adversary. Understand something. It's not about defending yellows, like you say. It's about defending an island that's very strategic in nature. There's a difference between defending people and defending an island. If an island gives you tremendous strategic depth, if an island gives you tremendous power projection capabilities, you will defend it irrespective of whether the people there are green, pink, yellow, or violet. Do you understand that? That's what you would understand. Why is Taiwan important? Not because of the people, yellows, like you say. Okay, Taiwan is important because of its geographical position, location. It's a fortress. It's an American fortress. Right off the coast of China. Guangzhou, Xiamen, Fuzhou. Right off the coast of China. That's like 50 kilometers from China. From the 175 kilometers from the coast, from the mainland of China. Okay, so Taiwan is an American fortress. Manila and the Philippines are aligned with the US. You have all these islands here. Okay, these are all Filipino islands. These are all aligned with the US. If the Chinese aircraft carriers or ships have to go through this place, they will be observed and they will not be able to do anything in secrecy. Then near Taiwan, you have these Japanese islands, Yonaguni. It's a stone's throw away from Taiwan. See here, 111 kilometers from Taiwan. So China is essentially encircled by US assets. Why will the US give up Taiwan? Tell me. Why? They will defend it. It's not about the people, yellows, like you say. It's not about the people. It's about the ability of Taiwan to give the US tremendous power projection capabilities in the region. That's what it is like. That's what it's like. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. Life as a Patel says best way to achieve sovereign AI models for India. How do you achieve sovereign AI models for India? Good question. So what you do is, look, let's go to Google. Okay. Kimi AI. What was that search term? Okay, let's not look there. Kimi AI, Kimi 2.6. Okay, Kimi 2.6 open source. So what you do is you go to Hugging Face. You download this thing. You download the weights. Everything is open source. Okay? Then you iterate on that. You replicate the whole thing. Once you have the weights, you can replicate that. And you train your own models on the basis of that. You make them better. Right? You get more data. You download about a whole bunch of data and you can train it according to the weights. So you have all these open source models that are almost on par with the American frontier models. These are open source, so anybody can essentially take that as the basis for creating better AI models. That's what you do. You don't have to reinvent the wheel and start training for AI on data from complete scratch. No need to do that. Start with an actual existing model and improve upon that. That's what you do. Safed Boot says, Ankita Kachapji says, question by Safed Boot 67. Good news just came out now. It looks like Mr. Trump has made a deal with Iran. What's your opinion? Well, if it's just come out now, I don't know about it. If it's just come out, I have no opinion because I don't know about it. Let me see. Trump-Iran deal. Let's see. What do we have? Trump-Iran deal. Trump tells US negotiators not to rush into a deal with Iran. Looks like there's no deal. Rubio says significant progress made in talks. Okay, there's progress allegedly. Details of Iran-US deal emerge, really. Trump instructs negotiators not to rush into a deal with Iran. Blockade on Iran will remain in full force until something. 10 minutes ago, Trump says Iran talks constructive, but Tehran must something or the other. Okay, there's no deal. There's no deal so far, clearly. Yeah. So I'm not sure what you've heard, but we just saw, right? This is all fresh news 10 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago. There doesn't seem to have been a deal thus far. We'll see. We'll wait and watch. Jit Hagara says 45 warships will be delivered in 3 to 4 years. What's your take? I think it's fantastic. Yes. I would like 300 of them, but 45 is not a bad number in 3 to 4 years. Yeah. Good. Extremely good. We need more. We should not sit down and relax after those 45 are done. We need to have 45 more. And then 45 more. Yeah. Quantity has a quality of its own. And hopefully those warships can carry large numbers of missiles, not just 36. So hopefully, yeah. NVM says, could some Indian texts be symbolic due to oral traditions, memorization, knowledge encoding, while also encouraging independent thinking? Anything is possible. We have lakhs of texts. We have the largest corpus of ancient literary texts in the entire world. We have so many texts of so many different kinds that date back thousands of years ago. And some of them are centuries old. Right? So we have all kinds of texts. Some could be symbolic, some could be literal, some could encode oral traditions, some could encode written traditions. Right? Knowledge encoding, of course, there's knowledge encoding. And obviously we encouraged independent thinking in our indigenous education system, while already having a tremendous corpus of knowledge that could be drawn upon whenever required. So yes, indeed. Ritik Tyagi says, here since 2021. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for having been a long time viewer of mine, sir. So the question is Marco Rubio's Kolkata visit linked to US pressure on India to buy LNG or exploring Manipur gas plus missionary influence? I'm sure. See, we don't know what was discussed behind closed doors. Rubio came to India. The first thing he did was the symbolic visit to the missionary conversion factory in Kolkata to send a message to India that we will keep on interfering in internal affairs and using religion as a tool to beat India with. So that's a symbolic message to India. Then he goes to Delhi, and Rubio had discussions with India's foreign minister and India's prime minister. So those discussions obviously happened behind closed doors. We don't know what was discussed, but obviously the US is no longer friendly with India. The US has a clear policy of containing India. So whatever was discussed behind closed doors would have been what American terms and conditions, what we want from you, right? Obviously. So was Manipur discussed? I have no idea. Possibly. Maybe Manipur was never discussed, but the context would have been Manipur gas potentially, right? So there apparently is a large potential reservoir of gas. I mean, large resources of gas potentially in Manipur, huge potentially, but we don't, we haven't really explored this properly. So the US, does it export LNG? I suppose it does. So the US will want us to buy oil, gas, everything from them only. That's what they will want, and they will pressurize us to do that. So I'm sure there was some of that in the discussions, but was it discussed or not? I don't know for sure, because these discussions happen behind closed doors, right? So I can't really say, but it's very possible. Kumar Wadli says, Namaste ji, Namaste. Meghewal IAS Academy head says that Pegasus is the tool which gave success to the control government all these days. What do you say? Is it so? Pegasus is a tool that gave success to the control government. It gave success to the control government. What is a control government? Pegasus is spyware, right? It's spyware. I think it's an Israeli product. Now, it gave success to a control government. What is a control government? Central government. To the Indian central government all these days. Pegasus gave success to the Indian central government. So has this Meghewal IAS Academy head explained how it gave success to the central government? How? It is spyware, I believe. I'm not sure. Let me see. Israeli spyware, is it? Pegasus spyware. What is that? It's a highly sophisticated military grade spyware developed by the Israelis. Okay, so yeah, Israeli thing. It can be remotely installed, covertly installed on mobile devices, iOS and Android. And you can use it to surveil journalists, lawyers, political dissidents, human rights activists, and so on and so forth. You can surveil anybody using that. So, okay. Indian context. India leaked lists reveal several prominent journalists, blah, 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 blah. Leaked lists. Who leaked these lists? Are these leaks, I mean, are these revelations actually noteworthy? Are they actually reliable? What does Wikipedia have to say? Let me see. By country. Let me see what it has to say about India. Facebook initiated a suit against something, blah, blah, etc., etc. Phone numbers. So where did this leak come from? Who leaked this? Is it a reputable organization or whatever? Look, I have no idea. So allegedly, the government of India spied on some people. So that gave them success. That gave them votes. That won them multiple elections. How so? I have no idea. Look, I'm extraordinarily skeptical about this claim that is being made. Looks like there is a political agenda behind this claim. Maybe allegedly the government may allegedly have potentially hypothetically done it. I have no idea. Maybe it's a story made to malign India. I don't know. I have no idea. But how does it give success? What form of success? What kind of success? For a government, politically, success means votes. How does a spyware tool get you more votes? I don't know. Yeah, so I don't really know. I don't think so, actually. I don't believe this. Right Angle says, please, your view on Saab AOD Louvre Tech 5th generation submarine. I don't know what this thing is. I don't know what it is. There's a new submarine. Let me see. SAAB AOD LUUV submarine. What is this thing? Large uncrewed underwater vehicle. Okay. Okay, it's an underwater. Okay, it can be launched from a torpedo tube. Really nice. Very nice. Okay, so I haven't really studied what this thing is. It's an underwater autonomous vehicle. Yeah. Which is obviously a useful asset to have. It can do all kinds of fantastic things. It can go into spaces where regular submarines can't go. It is very difficult to detect that on sonar because of its smaller size. It can do spying operations, it can do surveillance operations, it can even do nasty explosive operations. I suppose it's, yeah. Yeah. NVM says, can principles of quantum mechanics and quantum states be used to build highly secure communication or encryption systems? Potentially, yes. Secure communication or encryption systems. You can break encryption using quantum mechanics. You can circumvent stealth. You can I think you can break encryption using entanglement, etc. You can break the most secure, most advanced encryption using quantum technologies, using the quantum entanglement, etc. Now you can you can entangle particles possibly at hundreds of kilometers. So I think it can be used to defeat encryption. I'm not sure if it can be used to build secure enough communications encryption. It can be used to defeat encryption. Yeah, it's the other way around. Saurabh Mahajan says, why did Panipat become a famous battlefield zone? There was a famous battle fought there, Battle of Panipat, right? There were two battles of Panipat. They somehow were fought there in Haryana, I think Haryana region, right? Where is Panipat? It must be Paniprastha or something, right? Haryana. Yes, you had two battles there. Three battles. First is 1526, second is 1556, third is 1761. So, yeah, I don't know why it became famous. I have not really studied this, but there were three major battles. I thought it was two, but there were three. The tragic battle was Akbar defeating Samrat Hemachandra Vikramaditya. That was a tragic one. So somehow there were three battles fought there. I don't know why three battles were fought there. I have not studied that. I can't say, but yeah. Avik Chaudhary says, been following you since 2021. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So don't mind me, but you seem to have become very black-pilled recently. What made you reevaluate things? The trajectory of the world makes you reevaluate things. Things are changing constantly. Have you seen how things have changed since Operation Sindoor? Right. I am simply communicating with you all honestly. See, I am not on the payroll of any institution, any government agency, anything. I give you my completely independent analysis. I think the government of India is doing its best, but things aren't going that well for India as they were before Operation Sindoor. Things have changed. So I'm going to communicate honestly. And if it makes you feel I'm getting blackpilled, well, it is what it is. So what you can expect from me is my honest opinion. I won't lie to you and say, hey, everything is going fantastic for Indians. There are plenty of other YouTube channels for that. Every day is a new masterstroke. Every thumbnail is a victory for India. Every YouTube video title is a masterstroke or a fantastic win, or the world is frightened of India and this masterstroke and this genius strategy and how India is killing China. All that. I will not do any of that stupid hyperbolic BS stuff. I'll tell you as it is. Okay. And geopolitically, India's stature has gone down in the past year or so. India's relevance has gone down in the past year or so. I am just telling you factually what's happening. If you consider that to be black pilled, I don't think I'm black pilled. I'm just realistic. I'm just realistic. And some of the things have disappointed me. Us stopping Operation Sindoor was disappointing. And other things, whatever they may be, have been disappointing. So I'll communicate that with you. So there was a time when people said this guy is the Bhakt. He just praises the government of India no matter what happens. And now people are saying I'm black pilled. I am just communicating honestly and clearly with you my completely independent understanding and analysis of what's happening. So what made me reevaluate? I am not reevaluating anything. I'm analyzing things as they happen and communicating with you. There is no reevaluation. The world changes over time, and I communicate what I see and what I analyze. That's what's going on, and that will keep on going on. All right. Thank you so much for being here with me since 2021. I really appreciate that. Mr. Sharma says, check this monitorthesituation.com. I'm sure there'll be a dashboard of some kind, AI generated dashboard. Is it that? Let me see. Monitor the situation.com. What is that? Live crisis map OSINT dashboard. See, I told you. I knew it. It's going to be an AI generated dashboard. And you can see various things on the globe. You can spend a couple of hours with you could say Claude Code or Codex or something, maybe Gemini CLI, command line interface, and you can create this sort of thing. And I'm sure this is just a flight tracker, but I'm sure you can look at reports, you can search for other things, you can look for flashpoints. Yeah, so there are plenty of these tools these days. You can vibe code them, and it's pretty interesting. I'm pretty sure they're very useful. Yes. Okay, Jethagara says India has attracted billion of dollar in data centers. Folks in the US are protesting while $X billion looks good on news. What's the catch? The catch is that it doesn't generate significant employment in India. It consumes a tremendous amount of power, which India has to produce. And it also needs a lot of water, which is scarce in India. Okay? So it consumes a lot of power, huge amount of power. It consumes a lot of fresh water. And it doesn't really generate too many jobs. That's the catch. That's the problem. See? Yeah. Right Angle says Kolaba, their slums attached to naval base view. You can see Indian submarines from these slums. Submarines are assets that need to be hidden, that need to remain hidden. And you can see submarines from these slums. You can see some of India's most important naval assets from these slums, warships. India's naval bases are right next to the place where cruise ships dock. You will see foreign tourists, even sometimes Chinese tourists, taking pictures of Indian submarines. I just don't get it. Why is it like this? Why? I don't get it, really. You will see Chinese tourists taking pictures of the BARC reactors, Baba Atomic Nuclear Center. Yeah. Ankita Kachap says, Parthio Roy01 says, I'm from Bangladesh. Do you think every Sanatani Hindu minorities must get citizenship of Bharat? Because nobody talks about the attack on Hindu minorities in Bangladesh. It is very unfortunate what's happening in Bangladesh ever since the ouster, the coup against Sheikh Hasina. And there's been this, ever since that happened, Hindus have been in trouble, in danger in Bangladesh. There's all kinds of attacks that happen, all kinds of harassment that happens, even killings have happened, and the media never reports that. So it's really unfortunate what's happening in Bangladesh. Bangladesh is becoming East Pakistan again, unfortunately. And nobody will talk about the attacks on Hindus and other minorities in Bangladesh. Mainly Hindus, of course, right? So should every Sanatani Hindu Bangladeshi person get Indian citizenship of Bharat? Uh, I would actually, to be very honest, it's a selfish thing to say, but I would want the Hindus of Bangladesh to stay in Bangladesh and fight for their rights. Yeah, that's what I would actually want from a selfish perspective. Because I don't want our footprint to just keep reducing in the subcontinent. We run away from everywhere, wherever there's a fight. Of course, it is a selfish thing to say because you are suffering. Yeah. So I think India should empower, Bharat should empower the Hindus of Bangladesh to stand up for themselves and defend themselves. That's what Bharat should do. But if things are really bad, I think we should give the Hindus of Bangladesh the right to return to India and become citizens. Yeah, that's what we should do. So I'm really sorry about to know about what's happening in Bangladesh, and I hope things get better. Jay Tagara says, I'm hungry, I started a diet to be fit, how to control. You're hungry, you started a diet to be fit, how to control. So a diet has to be planned properly. A diet typically means lowering the amount of calories you consume. So the typical sedentary person needs about 2,000 calories. If you're, I think, male, I don't know, 2,000 calories is what a sedentary person needs, a person who's not active, right? And let's say you are overweight and you want to get fit, you want to reduce your weight. So you have to be in a caloric deficit, which means maybe you eat 1,500 calories a day, hypothetically. Maybe it's too less. Maybe 1,700 calories a day. So you have this shortfall of 300 calories per day. And 1 gram of fat is 9 calories. So 300, it's about 30 grams of fat you will lose per day. That sort of thing. And if you can do that consistently for a month, you may lose 30 times 300. It's about a kilo a month if you are eating 1,700 calories a day. It's about a kilo a month. A kilo a month, you can, I think it's healthy to lose a couple of kilos a month, I think. So you can go down to 1,500. But then you will feel hungry. So how to control? You have to increase your intake of proteins and fats. Okay. If you eat a diet that has more protein and fat, but it is within 1,500 calories or whatever the target is, then you will feel more satiated. Because if you consume fat and protein, you feel more satiety. If you eat more carbohydrates, you'll feel cravings. Okay, so that's what you do. All right, get fit, sir. Get fit. YT user says INR depreciated 20% against yen, and we import maximum raw materials from them to export. Why people and government acting as if everything is fine? I'm scared for India's future. Our service sector future looks dark. So Indian rupee depreciated 20% against yen. Look, that's fine. Look, the standing of the rupee is it's not the only thing in an economy. How many yen to 1 rupee? Let me see. INR to JPY. So 1 rupee is 1.66 Japanese yen. Okay. There was a time when, if you look at 5 years, okay, 1.48, etc. Right. So it's kind of, in the past 1 month, it's kind of gone down. 20% it's gone down, or whatever it is. I'm not sure. 5 days. It's appreciated in the past 5 days, actually. In the one, yeah, this is fine. 5 days, 1 month, it's gone down. 1 year, yeah, it's up and down. 5 years, it's actually up compared to 2021. So it's not the only thing in the world. I think the Indian rupee, since it's a free floating currency, the RBI should stop fighting for it. Let it go to wherever its natural level is. And the service sector is going to die a slow death. Okay, it's not going to do so well because of AI. What we should focus on is manufacturing. That's what we should focus on. That's what the government has to focus on. There should be no short-term knee-jerk reactions. Everything should be for the long-term future. Right? Manufacturing is what's important. Chandan Narayan, thank you very much. Chandan Narayan 5888. Thank you so much. Well, the same question again now. Okay, this time it's about yuan, Chinese yuan. Oh, it was yuan, not yen. You were saying yuan, not yen. Okay, INR versus yuan. So, okay. So how has it been like? Oh my goodness. Last 5 years it has drop, 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 drop. Okay, it is what it is. See, why is the Indian currency not strong? That's the question I would like to address here. India's currency is not strong because we manufacture nothing that is critical for the world, that's vital for the world. What does India produce that the world can't do without? Nothing. That's the problem. If we produce multiple things that the world can't get from anywhere else and is vital for them, then our currency will be very strong. What do we produce? We are a nation with zero excellence. We are a nation with low standards. What do you expect? So we have to raise our standards as a nation. The government should look into this very seriously. That's what needs to happen. Rajat says, want to clarify for everyone, since studying it for past 20 years, Advaita not saying everything is consciousness, rather it says consciousness is fundamental reality beyond space and time, and everything is appearance, just like snake instead of rope. Okay. So it's a clarification for everyone. Rajat has been studying Advaita for the past 20 years. Advaita Vedanta. And you're studying for the past 20 years. And you say that according to Advaita Vedanta, everything is it's not that everything is consciousness, but rather it says that consciousness is the fundamental reality beyond space and time and everything else. Whatever we see is just bloody Maya. It's just Maya. The true fundamental reality of the universe is consciousness itself. And everything is appearance. It is just Maya. Everything is Maya. Just like snake instead of rope, that sort of thing. It's all Maya. Whatever we see is Maya. It's the illusory nature of the world. There's a deeper nature of the world that's hidden to most of us. It's hidden from most of us. And that illusory nature, it hides the fact that everything is actually consciousness. Consciousness is the fundamental reality. Consciousness is the fundamental reality. Everything is not consciousness. Everything is Maya. The fundamental true reality beyond the wheel of Maya is consciousness. That's what you were saying. All right. So thank you so much for sharing this wisdom with us. Anubhav Panda says, we can't compare with China in lithium ion industry. Why aren't we competing in solid state and sodium ion technology? It's still in the development and has scope. Are we dumb? Sodium ion batteries are going to be the next thing. Yes. Why aren't we competing? Why aren't we developing this? Are we dumb? I really don't know. I really don't know what we are doing. And then people ask me, am I black-pilled? I'm not black-pilled. I'm being realistic that we aren't doing what we are supposed to be doing, what we should be doing. Right? A few years ago, I still had a lot of hope. I still have a lot of hope even today. But I was hopeful that in 5 years, 10 years, the government will make major changes. Those changes haven't happened. That's the issue. Reform, there have been no deep reforms in India. So sodium ion technology is the next thing. It could be bigger than lithium ion battery technology. It's still in development. It has tremendous scope. Yes. Are we dumb? I don't know. Now, is the government supposed to do everything? I think the government of India actually should set the direction, should determine what the critical technologies are, and should give the private sector direction of about what to go into. I think the government has to play an important role in India. Since the government likes to make rules about everything, they should also give us direction, give the private sector direction. But does the government understand technology? Do your ministers have an actual understanding of technology? Of what we need to focus on? What are the great emerging technologies that need to be worked on right now? I'm not sure. Right? I'm not sure. Humanity Survives says, WHT's future of GPGP, Great Pacific Garbage Patch. What's the future of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch? Well, I hope the future is that it shrinks and disappears. But I don't see it shrinking and disappearing. It's still around. It's perhaps getting bigger. So you know what happens? The United States and the West, they export their garbage to poor third world countries. And poor third world countries import this garbage and pay for the garbage because they can recycle the garbage and extract things of value out of it, metals and whatnot. Yeah. So a lot of valuable raw materials, etc., can be extracted from garbage if you process it properly. But it's a pretty dirty, damaging kind of process. These processes of extracting valuable materials out of garbage are pretty polluting. They pollute your environment. That's why the West exports its garbage to third world countries. That's what the West exports is its scrap ships, etc., to India, to ship breaking yards like Alang and all, which are very polluting processes. Once again, ship breaking. And when these third world countries to which garbage is exported, they recycle the garbage, they process it. Then what do? They dump the rest in the oceans. That's it. Why do anything else? Just dump into the oceans. Problem solved. So the garbage that comes from the West eventually ends up in the oceans. Okay, after being recycled to some extent, and that's been happening for decades, and now it's accumulating in these massive garbage patches. The future could be that it'll get bigger and bigger. I don't see it changing. Yeah. Jetagara says your opinion on melody diplomacy. Its ingredient is palm oil, high sugar, and a lot of chemicals. Kind of looked immature if it's for reals. Um, it's just fun. It it pleases a lot of people in both countries. I think it is Madame Meloni who had created the term melody. She was the one who invented the term melody. And this time when Mr. Modi went and met her, he brought along this packet of candies, right? Melody. And whatever the ingredients are doesn't matter. It's nice optics for diplomacy. It's nice optics for the bilateral relationship. That's all it is. So I think it's okay. I don't know that it has palm oil. Palm oil is, I'm sure, not very pleasant to eat or not very good for your health. High sugar, I'm sure, yeah. Chemicals. So look, that way we can criticize everything. I think we should not criticize too much every single thing that happens. What if he had used Lindt chocolate? Would we then be pleased, all of us? I think too much criticism is I think counterproductive. I think it's fine. I think it was nice. It was nice, light-hearted fun. I am not against that. Vinay says, I have my high goals and ambitions for myself, and I am on that path. It requires me to stay away from my family sometimes. I want to do this, but a couple of times I felt, is it worth it? So, is it worth it? You have high goals, you have ambitions for yourself, and you are on the right path. You're in the right direction. And this direction requires you to stay away from your family sometimes I want to do this, but a couple of times, okay. So it requires you to stay away from your family. Not sometimes, but it requires you to stay away from your family. So the question is it worth it? The answer is it is worth it if it is a temporary thing. Maybe you stay away from your family for a year, maybe 2 years, maybe 5 years. But once you achieve what you're trying to achieve, if you can then stay with your family for the rest of the time, then I think it's worth it. Of course, if it is like you have to stay away from family for 10 years or something, I'm not sure if that is worth it. Reasonable amount of time, 2 to 3 years, maybe even 5 years, I can say okay. If it is like 10 years, it's a couple of decades, I think that's too much. And then if you are away from a family, will you ever be happy? Yeah. So it is fine as long as it is not too long of a stretch, too long of a duration. And that is for you to judge if it's too long. For some people, 5 years is acceptable. For some people, 1 year is too long. So it depends. You have to make the decision, right? So sometimes you want to do it, a couple of times you feel, is it worth it? So I think it's worth it if it's not too long, and if it really gives you what you really are seeking, whatever goals and ambition you have. If you get what you are seeking, and if it's not too long of a duration, I think it's worth it. But how long and how long is too long? That is a decision you have to make. And of course, staying away from family is obviously not very pleasant if it's a long duration. So yeah, I do understand. Right, right. So you've got to decide that, sir. Vinay, all the best, sir. All the best. Shrishti Siliguri says, really admire your passion for these live sessions. Your energy motivates me as well. Do you feel people nowadays are more anxious, sad, lost in life? Is it only social media or has society changed deeply in recent years? First of all, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Do I feel people nowadays are more anxious, sad, lost in life? I think there is a little more of that happening these days. Um, Is it only social media or has society changed deeply in recent years? Society is changing. It's a process that's going on. It's been going on since I was born. Every decade, society was different, as per my observations. Society is changing in India. Society is always in a state of flux. It's always changing, but sometimes the change is good in a positive direction. Sometimes the change is kind of negative. So what I am seeing in India is that our society gradually is getting deracinated. There is a new language that's emerging in India, Hinglish. It has the worst of both the worlds. Hinglish. It's a mongrel pidgin language. The national language of Nigeria, do you know what it is? It's pidgin. Let's see. What's the national language of Nigeria? It's pidgin. Pidgin. It's English. English is the official Nigeria, but Nigerian pidgin is the actual language of Nigeria. Okay. Okay. You want to see what it sounds like? I'll show you. BBC pidgin. BBC pidgin. Come on, man. BBC pidgin. Okay, let's see what BBC pidgin sounds like. US announced policy where mandate foreigners to apply for green cards from their home countries. Tinubu received certificate of return after a win APC presidential primaries. What thing we know about the killings and kidnapping of worshippers for a Kwara state by gunmen? How Kasala makes Senegal President Faye sack Prime Minister Songo? So that's the kind of language pidgin is. Okay. Court nullify timelines of unique timetable for 2027 election. What in a mean for political stakeholder? One judgment by Justice Mohammed Gaba of the Federal High Court Abuja don't nullify plenty provisions and so on. This is BBC pidgin. This is the pidgin language. It is neither Nigerian nor English. It's something in between, and it is. You see how it is, right? India is going in that direction. A pidgin language is emerging in India. English. So India society actually, the quality wise, it's going downhill. India is getting more and more deracinated every new generation. The education system does a great job of deracinating Indians. Indians are no longer connected with their civilization, their culture. They're blindly emulating the West, the worst aspects of Western culture. Right? If you see the behavior of Indians, I'd see it worsening generation after generation. Every 10 years, the behavior is worse. There's more and more you see a lack of dignified behavior among Indians. Jumping and shouting like monkeys these days, lots of us. So society has changed over time. The changes are deep, they are profound. India is becoming more and more of a Nigeria. Nigeria with nukes, that's what we are. Yeah. People are more anxious these days. There is a lot of anxiety, especially among young people for some reason. Especially in urban areas. You see that, yes. You see that a lot. Now, how do we change it? There's a lot we can do to change it, but the solutions are always the same. Reform the education system. That's the root cause of everything. Bring in higher standards in India over time, not tomorrow morning, but over the next 10 years, increase the standards by at least 10-20%. So, yeah, there are issues like this. Yeah. Overall, I see Indian society going downstream, unfortunately, standards wise. And it's kind of sad to see that, right? But yes, one should be hopeful that some great leader will emerge and turn things around. Yeah, we'll see who that is. It'll happen. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Mohit Raj Singh says, "How did USSR engineers able design so? How did the USSR engineers able design so massive machinery?" Am I speaking BBC Pigeon? So, how did Soviet engineers design massive machinery? That's the question you're asking. Engineering on a massive scale. The USSR was known for its massive feats of engineering, right? I mean, everything about the USSR was massive. If you look at jet engines, massive, mega jet engines. If you look at fighter planes, not just small fighter planes, massive fighter planes. Have you seen the Sukhoi 30? It's a gigantic plane, right? And still maneuverable, agile. Pugashev Cobra it does. But it's a massive unit. Have you seen their, I mean, everything is massive with the USSR. How did they do it? Engineering excellence, high quality education system, and ambition. If you have a high quality education system which teaches you the fundamentals and everything you need for high quality engineering, and if you have vision and ambition in the national leadership, you're going to have monumental engineering projects that will be undertaken. And China has learned a lot from the Soviets. I mean, the Chinese engineering projects are also massive, right? So, yeah, engineering is about doing things that sound impossible, look impossible, but but don't violate the laws of physics. So even the US does that. Look at Elon Musk. Look at the rockets he's making, Starship. That's a massive, monumental rocket, right? One of these days, he will make sure it stops exploding. One of these days, he will. I'm sure he will succeed. Right. Okay. Marcus Aurelius says, my earlier point about stealth being QED is that India can produce that in volume right now because engines don't impact stealth. India needs many planes now. What India can do in the interim is manufacture ridiculous numbers of high quality drones, which are anyway cheap, and invest in large numbers of different kinds of missiles, ballistics and stealth. Then you can do using those drones and missiles exactly what an air force does without sending pilots into hostile territory. That's it. I'm not saying we should scrap the air force. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you have an alternative solution right now. You want to, let's say, teach a few lessons to the Pakistanis, our Pakistani brothers and sisters, not them, but their evil leaders. Send in 3,000 drones, send 200 BrahMos missiles. That'll do the job. That'll take out anything we want to take out. Why do we need to send aircraft into hostile territory in harm's way with human beings flying the aircraft? That's the solution. So that will give us the time we need to manufacture our own high quality aircraft. And yeah, stealth, what you're saying is also true. Yeah, sure, right. We can produce stealth in volumes. Sure, I suppose we can. I mean, we're going to induct a large number of the Ghatak aircraft. The issue is the engine. We'll have to purchase engines. Right now, we are not manufacturing our engines, right? That's the issue. So I suppose we can use the Kaveri engine for the Ghatak, which is what's going to happen. The main issue is the engine. Stealth is going to be fine now. We can manufacture pretty stealthy aircraft. The main issue is the engines. Engines is the issue. And yeah, so can you use any engine in a stealthy aircraft? If it's too large, it becomes visible. The radar cross section gets messed up. Unless the aircraft itself is large, and yeah. So yeah, it's a trade-off in some way or the other. You need a serpentine intake that hides the engine. You need a serpentine intake. Engines suck in air, right? They can't be exposed in the front. They have to be hidden away. And you need a serpentine intake for stealthy aircraft. So that's all engineering, but yes, okay. Rajat says Rubio called Donald J. Trump stupid by mistake today. So Marco Rubio was asked something about racism towards Indians in India. Why are so many Americans racist towards Indians? And Rubio says, there's a lot of stupid people in every country, including yours. So the racists are the stupid people. What about Donald J. Trump? You calling your boss racist? Well, that's what he did. So US Department of State had to delete the tweet. Really? That is such fun. US State Department Rubio tweet deleted. Okay. The State Department deleted a post and video clip of an interaction between an Indian journalist and Rubio. The Vion journalist questioned Rubio about racist comments allegedly backed by the administration, and Rubio's subsequent answer prompted online backlash. So this tweet by Indian journalist questioning racism, show it, come on, has been deleted by the State Department. So I'm sure say this, but there's been a lot of racism coming from the US against Indians. What's your response? I'm sure there are people that have made dumb comments because every country has stupid people. I'm sure there are stupid people here. I don't know what else to tell you other than the US is a very welcoming country, blah, 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 blah. So he's saying, I'm sure there are stupid people here. Nasty little person, Rubio. Yeah.
I'm sure that there are people that have made comments online and other places because every
Okay, so that's the video. Oh, whose tweet am I showing? I didn't realize whose tweet I was showing. I can't stand this guy. Can't stand that guy. Anyway. Okay. So I did not really see whose tweet I was putting on screen. That person I can't stand. But anyway. Yeah, okay. Jita Gada says, what's the truth on Mother Teresa? What mother? Mother? That person, if you want to know the truth about this individual, Teresa, I will recommend a book to everyone. Christopher Hitchens, The Missionary Position. Very provocatively titled the book. The Missionary Position, Mother Teresa in Theory and Practice. If you want to know about this person, Teresa, I will highly recommend to everybody to read this book. A religious fundamentalist, a political operative, a primitive sermonizer, an accomplice of worldly secular powers. Yeah. Her mission has always been of this kind. The irony is that she has never been able to induce anyone to believe her. In this past time that she was duly honored and taken at her word, etc., etc. So Hitchens eviscerates the fawning cult of Teresa, recasting the Albanian missionary as a spurious, despotic, and megalomaniacal operative of the wealthy, who long opposed measures to end poverty and fraternized for financial gain with tyrants and white-collar criminals throughout the world. Okay, so that is the truth about Teresa. Okay, ASA says, when will Iran missile scientists work in the US? Pattern clear, turn nations into hellholes and kidnap the smart young people. Am I assuming too much? I don't see Iranian missile engineers working in the USA anytime soon. For that, you have to defeat Iran and turn it into a hellhole. Iran has been under sanctions for decades. Crippling sanctions. Crippling American sanctions, right? The objective was to turn Iran into a hellhole. Let's find out what is Iran's GDP per capita. What is Iran's GDP per capita? Iran's GDP per capita is 3,410. What is India's GDP per capita? 2,800. And Iran, 3,400. So, despite the crippling sanctions, Iran's GDP per capita is higher than that of India. If you see Iran's streets, if you see Iran's cities, very well maintained, very orderly, definitely not the word hellhole doesn't come to your mind. So the Americans have failed in turning Iran into a hellhole. They've failed. Iran has a better quality of life than India, a higher GDP per capita than India. Yeah. So it's not worked. So I don't see Iranian missile engineers working in the USA anytime soon. And Iran has defeated the US in this current war. Not happening. Marcus Aurelius says, can anti-ship ballistic missiles maneuver against moving ships at Mach 15? Because then the US will not defend Taiwan as their careers will die. Agreed. Uh, can anti-ship ballistic missiles maneuver against moving ships at Mach 15? What's the re-entry velocity? It's about Mach 22 or 25, right? Re-entry velocity. But then you come deeper into the atmosphere and your speed decreases. So is the maneuvering done at Mach 15 or Mach 3 or whatever? But there is maneuvering that happens. I mean, look, the Iranians, who are a primitive nation allegedly, they produced very highly maneuvering hypersonic missiles, and they deployed these missiles against Israel. We saw that, right? If you see the videos that came out on X during the war of Iranian missile strikes on Israeli cities, you can see the maneuvering happening. They are maneuvering. They are even changing their speed and velocity. Yeah. So that, of course, is possible. Of course. Anti-ship ballistic missiles. So typically, anti-ship missiles are cruise missiles. But you have certain missiles which are called carrier killers or whatever, the Dongfeng, whatever, and so on. Certainly, you can make them to maneuver. The final warhead that comes in, you can make it maneuver. Maneuverable warheads have existed for quite some time. So they can maneuver against moving ships at whatever Mach, whatever velocity they have. Typically, once you re-enter the atmosphere, it's a ballistic missile, you're going to have re-entry velocity, which is like Mach 22 to 25, but then it slows down. So yes, it can do that. And it can potentially kill aircraft carriers. So does it mean that if China can destroy American aircraft carriers, doesn't mean that Taiwan is doomed? Does it mean that the US can't defend Taiwan? It means nothing of that sort. It means nothing of that sort. Taiwan itself is an unsinkable aircraft carrier. Have you thought of that? The Americans already know that aircraft carriers are no longer going to be useful in a war against China. They had to evict their aircraft carriers away from the Strait of Hormuz, far, far away. Iran could have taken out America's aircraft carriers. It was very clear. They had to move their aircraft carriers far away from the Strait of Hormuz during the war against Iran. So aircraft carriers are no longer going to be... I don't expect the Americans to use aircraft carriers in this war, if it happens. They're going to have to use other means. They're going to have to equip Taiwan with a gazillion drones and missiles. They're going to have to use submarines, etc. So there is no guarantee that the US can't defend Taiwan, because now you have missiles that can destroy aircraft carriers. No, nothing of that sort. There are other ways and means. Taiwan itself is an unsinkable aircraft carrier, right? Okay, Empty Box says, how do I identify my passion? How did you? I had never any trouble of identifying my passion. I always knew what I was all about. From the very beginning, I was fascinated with science. I always wanted to do science. Of course, today I'm not doing science primarily, but I'm still a man of science. So my passion has always been science. I knew it from the day I was conscious, I suppose. How do you identify your passion? You have to... One way of doing it is to go back to your childhood, think back to the time you were a child, and what did you want to become when you grew up? What is it that you kept thinking about? What did you want to become when you grew up? Obviously, you must have had some ambition, some aspiration, that when I grow up, I'll be this or I'll be that. So maybe that's your passion, right? That's a good trick to use if you want to identify your passion. Go back to the time when you were a kid. like 5 years old. What did you want to become when you grew up? What did you really enjoy at the time? That potentially is an answer to what your passion is. Yeah. Jellyman says, why India was rich and called golden bird in history compared to China is Chinese civilization is also old. And see, old and rich is two different things. Old and rich is two different things. You see, Armenia is old. Armenia is more almost 2,500 years old, maybe 3,000 years old. Does anybody call Armenia golden bird? It's very ancient. Ethiopia is ancient. We talk about India and China being ancient civilizations, some of the oldest civilizations that still exist. We forget about Armenia and Ethiopia. Armenia is, of course, tiny, so it was larger in the past, but now it's tiny. Okay, Hindus remember that it's tiny now. Ethiopia is also ancient. It was a civilization even before Christianity came in. So old and rich is two completely separate matters. Why was India rich? Why was it called golden bird? I think we called ourselves Soneki Chidiya or whatever. I don't think others called us a golden bird. We were richer than China. That's why. They tell us that there was a Silk Road in China. They did a tremendous amount of trade with Europe and all. And India was just bypassed or whatever. What utter bullshit. There was no Silk Road. The Silk Road was an extension of the trade route that we had. Okay? Let me give you an example which nobody can debunk. Let's go to our friend Google. Map of Roman coins discovered in the world. Come on, let me show you. Show me. Where have Roman coins been discovered in the world? Obviously, you're going to find Roman coins in Europe, yes. But apart from Europe, where else do you find them? India. So what Silk Road are they blabbering about? If there was a Silk Road that was, that connected China with Rome or whatever, why don't you find more gold coins in China than in India? Roman coins. Why? Why is it so? So India was tremendously prosperous. India, for the best part of the past 2,000 years, was always the world's, civilization with the largest GDP in the world. India accounted for at least 30% of the world's GDP until 1700s. So India was rich. Today, Indians can't think about India being rich because you have not been taught anything. Okay. Rajat says, yesterday we were discussing that Putin's image became weak after Ukraine attack. Well, today it changed, didn't it? Today it changed. We were discussing this yesterday, absolutely. Just yesterday, 24 hours ago. Have you seen the videos that came out today? He has hammered Kiev, K-I-E-V. My spelling is K-I-E-V. I am not going with this new fad of K-Y-I-V. It's Kiev. Kiev for me. Kiev was hammered today. Frightening videos have come out. Frightening attacks. So Russia has hit back. I'm telling you, they have enough firepower to flatten entire cities, the Russians. They've chosen not to do that for whatever reason. So yes, you are absolutely right. We were discussing this 24 hours ago, that Putin looks weak and they're absorbing strikes without doing anything. Today he's hammered Kiev. Jetagara says, are most startups today truly innovating or mainly leveraging human capital and technology to package convenience better? NCR startup has come up to carry shopping bags. Why VC fund such things? I don't know why our venture capitalists fund such garbage. A lot of startups are all about valuation. Valuation is subjective. A lot of startups, some startups become unicorns, $1 billion valuation. But what is the profit they're making? They're actually loss making. Many of them are loss making startups, but their valuation is $1 billion. There are certain ed tech startups that came and became unicorns and have evaporated into thin air today after amassing a horrible reputation for not providing any value to, or actually taking more value than they provided. I will not take their names, of course. What's the point? So a lot of Indian startups are chasing valuations. Once they reach a certain valuation, they can liquidate the company and just take out the money. And then to hell with the customers. So, startups should provide real value to customers. They should provide some real value to the world, and then it makes sense. So in India, it's all about short-term profits and short-term gains. So it's got a very short-term mindset, unfortunately. It's a problem, yes. I mean, NCR startup come to carry shopping bags for you. Come on, what kind of a startup is that? And venture capitalists fund that? Seriously? Oh, that's terrible. Mohit Raj Singh says, we were close to USSR compared to China. Why we lack and never learned massive engineering and space technology, how Soviets were able to put nuclear power almost in everything they made. It's about vision, leadership, and ambition. You need to have people ruling the country who have ambition for the country, not for themselves, but for the country. They should have a long term vision of greatness for the country. Right? Ambition, vision, and leadership. That's what you need. The USSR had that. They had that. What vision did our leaders of the 20th century have? Roti, kapda, makan was their vision for the country. What do you expect then? That's why India is what it is today. A mediocre little country with huge scale and low standards. Right? You think Indians are not capable of surpassing the Soviets in terms of engineering? Indians have all the talent in the world. All the talent, best talent in the world. But our system punishes talent and rewards mediocrity. So that's the problem. You see, that's the problem. Krishav says, doesn't Tajiks and Uyghurs look completely different from any Indian ethnicity? They look like a mixture of European and Turkic. The Uyghurs, they are the people who live in Xinjiang, right? The Uyghurs, some of them look Europeanish, some of them have fair hair, right? Blonde hair. And of course, they have the Turkic appearance, which is, the Turkic appearance. The Uyghur race is about maybe a few centuries old. It's a consequence of the Turks conquering the region and massacring the men, and you get the rest. So who are the original people of Xinjiang? What is the main city in Xinjiang today? Let's go to the map. Xinjiang, so-called Xinjiang. So if you look for Xinjiang, it won't show. So this is Xinjiang overall. This region is called Xinjiang. You have Kashgar, which is the major city. Okay. You have Hotan, which is the major city. What was the original name of Hotan? It was Gausthan. It was founded by Indians from the Mauryan period. So it was Indians who lived here. What was the original name of Kashgar? It was Kashinagar. That's also an ancient Indian city. So this area was inhabited by Indians, Xinjiang. Okay? And then Turks took over, massacred the men, and I suppose married or whatever the women. And that's why a lot of Uyghurs look Indian or Indianish, North Indianish, but with Turkic appearance. And some of them look, you could say, mixture of European and Turkic. Some of them. If you see the Tarim Basin mummies from the same region, you will see plenty of European features there. So the people of that region had those genetics, but they had R1a haplogroup, which is pure Indian. So genetics is a fascinating thing. You have an Indian origin haplogroup, but you have blonde hair and blue eyes. Fascinating, isn't it? What's the major haplogroup in Tajikistan? Let's find out, shall we? Shall we do that? What is the predominant patrilineal haplogroup in Tajikistan? Oh my goodness. Oh no, it's R1a. Oh no, the Asian branch R1a Z93. That is a pure Indian branch. But Tajiks, significant. Let's ask a further question. What's the predominant hair color and eye color in Tajikistan? See, the vast majority of the population has dark brown hair and brown eyes. Okay, 85% of the population has brown hair, brown eyes, and predominantly dark brown to black hair color. Lighter hair colors are extremely rare in the general Tajik population. So that's not very Europeanish. But when Europeans take pictures, they will only take pictures of people who have those rare mutations. The average Tajik has brown eyes and dark hair. The skin color may be lighter than the average Indian, that's fine. So Tajiks don't really look that European. That's what you're made to believe. And the haplogroup, the patrilineal haplogroup, is pure Indian. R1a Z93, Tajikistan. The Tajiks aren't Turks. The Tajiks are Indo-Iranians. They aren't Turks, unlike their neighbors. So that is the deal, my friends. That's the deal. You need to dig deeper than the surface. Please dig deeper than the surface. Don't be content with superficial surface level analysis, please. Okay. Ashwin says, how to stop porn addiction? I'm helpless. Do you know someone who overcame this? No pressure to answer. This is not the question I can answer. I have no experience of this, and I have no understanding of this. Very sorry. I wish you the best to overcome your addiction. I have no idea how to deal with this. Sorry. Marcus Aurelius says Kiev's hammerings are still pot shots by what should be Russia's standards. Like US versus Iran, can't lose but can't win. Admit their heart is broken. Why would my heart be broken? India isn't fighting a war that it's losing. This is not an Indian war. Why should my heart be broken? It's a foreign war. Yes, of course, Russia is, you could say, a strategic partner for India. And I think Mr. Putin knows what he is doing. I think he has a plan of his own, a strategy of his own. Maybe we don't understand that. Maybe it will become apparent in the long run. We know that Russia has sufficient firepower to flatten entire nations. We know that without using the forbidden weapon. I know that. We know that. So there is obviously a reason why this, whatever is happening. My heart being broken, my heart is perfectly fine, my friends. Don't worry about it. Okay. Chitakara says black pill is legit. We are going wrong on all things tech. Yeah. City planning, terrible. Education, don't get me started. Environment, diplomacy to start up. Yeah, diplomatically we're okay, but we are a little apologetic. Our diplomats are a little apologetic. Whatever. We need fresh mindset and new age leadership. Good night. Good night. I agree with you. Overall, I agree with you. Okay, that was the last question, I believe, for today. So I shall now call it a night. Chilling Plum says 4.5 hours have passed. How can you keep talking so long? Doesn't mouth feel dry talking continuously? Do drink water in between. Never noticed. How do you keep yourself hydrated? Well, I want to sit here for 4 hours or whatever without having to take a break. That's why I don't drink too much water when I speak. But yes, yeah, it's been almost 5 hours now. So maybe I should speak. Maybe I should stop now. You know what's the longest live stream I've done while talking continuously? 8 hours, 45 minutes. That's the longest one. So anyway, thank you. Bahmi Curry says, what weapon could be more powerful than nuclear? Right now, nothing else. Right now, it's nuclear, which is the most powerful. In the future, if we can acquire sufficient antimatter, that could be more powerful than nuclear. But right now, nuclear is the only one. All right, people, let me end this now. Thank you so much, everyone. And I shall see you in the next one. Thank you so much for the questions. Keep asking questions, keep learning, keep raising your standards. As always, I say this, and I'll see you very soon in the next live stream. Until then, take care. Good night, good day, wherever you are. For now. Bye bye. For now.